Jockey Dick Francis is pushing Devon Lock ahead inch by inch. Eagle Lodge is beginning to tire, but there's still plenty of power in the Royal Horse. He's cleared away from ESB and Gentle Boyer. Only 40 yards to go. Devon Lock can't lose. But he slips. He's down. ESB streaks past to win by 10 lengths, with Gentle Boyer second and Royal Tan third.
To the line, Lescargo, the comfortable winner of the 1975 National. Marty Ventura's got to win the National as they come to the line. Marty Ventura's won it for 92-year-old Jim Jones. Second is Lazarevich. Third is
Merriman by 5 lengths. Nicholas Silva wins the National.
And Rutherford has been hampered, and so has Hasselford. Rocksetter has fallen, Pinto has fallen, Dormer has fallen, Hilton Light has fallen, the Foster has fallen in the right pile up. Leading has climbed over the fence and left his jockey there, and now with all this mayhem, Boynaven has gone off on his own. He's about 50, 100 yards in front of everything else.
There's one horse that feels pleased with himself and the world in general, it's Reynolds Star. So cheer up, you there. He's won, even if you haven't.
about 10 yards to run to the line, and at the line, Merriman is the winner of the National.
As Crisp comes on his own to Beecher's Brook for the second time. Crisp, the top weight, Richard Pittman, over it in tremendous style, and he's about 20...
Crisp is getting very tired, and Red Rum is holding after him. Red Rum is the one that's finishing the strongest. He's going to get up. Red Rum is going to win the National. Lands in the lead. From Kilkillow in second, the follower there is Eggnog. Eggnog's the follower, and King Spruce has gone as well. Coming down to the water.
Some of the great national memories down the years, and here's a man who created a few memories himself, Ben DeHaan, who won on Corbière all those years, well, 83, wasn't it?
That's it, 10
Seems
years
an
ago.
awful long time ago.
Well, it does, yeah, but time flies.
And you keep riding?
Yeah, still enjoying it.
What's this, your 10th or 10th ride today?
I think this is my 10th today, yeah. I think I've got round 5 times and not completed 4 times.
Royal athlete today.
Yeah.
What sort of chances?
Well, I've got every chance, every chance. He ran a tremendous race at Cheltenham. The ground was fast then, as it is today, so I think I've got a great chance.
Does it get any easier?
No, it's still there to be jumped. You've still got to jump round here.
And what about before the race? What about the nerves and the tension? As the years go by, does it get sort of a little easier, a little more relaxed for you?
I think it does, yeah. You
Yeah.
know, I think you just get used to it, used to the atmosphere up here, and I love every minute of it.
Somebody was telling me that the quiet jockeys get noisy and the noisy ones get quiet before the National. Is there something in that?
I don't think there is. I think people handle it in different ways.
It's quite a gale blowing today. It's going to be a bit uncomfortable riding, is it?
Well, we won't feel that once we jump off, I can assure you.
No.
We won't know if it's raining or what.
And what about Mrs. Pittman's other run? Well, she's got 2 other runners, but Garrett St Savannah's the other main one. Has that got chances, real chances
got
too, despite the weight?
Every chance. I mean, he's got a lot of weight, but he's a class horse. He's won a Gold Cup. He loves the fast ground. He's been proven around here when he was second. I think he's got every chance. Yeah.
You still keep the weight down, Ben. I mean, that, you know, after all these years of riding, how do you do it?
Well, I'm lucky. I'm naturally light. I only have to lose a pound or 2 to do 10 stone, so I'm very lucky that way.
It's terrific. And what about memories for you of that win back in 1983? What do you recall of the day? Much?
Not really. I just remember he gave me a tremendous ride round here. You know, he was tremendous at everything. It was all a bit of a rush afterwards. You get dashed off here, dashed off there. It doesn't sink in for a couple of days.
You become very famous for a little bit.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, where's Mrs. Pittman? We can't find her. She was coming to talk to us at one stage, but she's gone missing. What's she doing?
Well, she'll be along later. I don't know where she is at the moment, but I'm sure she'll be here in a minute.
It's the sort of day when you're standing about where you need a coat. Where's yours?
Well, I was unlucky enough to have my car stolen last night outside the
great.
hotel.
Good luck.
So That's where my coat is. Somebody's wearing it.
Could Ben have his car and his coat back, please?
That's right.
Good luck today, and I hope you have a safe ride.
Thank you very much.
Ben de Haan. Thanks very much, Ben. Well, of course, one of the very fancied runners today is Romany King, trained by Toby Balding, who's twice trained the winner here. Richard Pittman now reports.
Toby houses his string in Peter Bolton's purpose-built £4 million Whitcomb Manor complex near Weymouth. Already it's produced a Gold Cup winner in Cool Ground, a leading national fancy 12 months ago. A Morley Street, former champion hurdler and twice winner of the Breeders' Cup Chase in America. Romany King carries the stable's hopes in today's Grand National. He ran the race of his life last year as an 8-year-old.
They're racing towards the elbow, and Romany King is putting in a tremendous challenge. It's Party Politics from Romany King. Laura's Bow coming to challenge Docklands Express for third. Racing towards the line of the giant Party Politics from Romany King. Laura's Bow has moved into third and racing up to the line. And Party Politics is going to win the 1992 Grand National. Second is Romany King.
Toby, reflecting on last year's Grand National, did Romany King surprise you the way he ran?
No, we ran him because we thought he had a chance. It was a year sooner than I'd originally intended going with him, but he was a well-handicapped horse on a high. I certainly had last year in the back of my mind stamina doubts, and I'm not sure they don't still exist to a degree, in that I think really he's a very good 2 3/4 mile horse, but we've seen plenty of them win nationals. No, he didn't surprise me. He's always been an athlete. He's a natural jumper. It surprised me how easily he held his place, and poor old Guesty got a right rollicking for being as handy as he was for as long as he was, but quite honestly there was little he could have done about it. The horse was always travelling and always jumping. Looked a real Aintree horse.
His partner, Adrian Maguire, having his first national ride, was preparing himself for the Aintree Challenge this time last year, but the best laid plans go astray.
Well, I was always there. I was nearly riding the favourite in the national last year, Cool Ground, and I ended up getting a fall off Sinton Abbey around the mile make course. He unseated me and fractured a collarbone and hurt my shoulder. I think it was the disappointment more than the physical pain. It was hurting me when it did come to the day of the national.
But it's an amazing game, this, isn't it? Because now Romany King you've got because Richard Guest has been injured.
Richard is very unluckily. He's broken his leg and he hasn't made it back in time yet. I've been very lucky now to fall into the ride on Romany King, runner-up last year to Party Politics. Jumps very well. In at the weights, you know. I just hope the ground isn't too fast for him.
24 years ago, Highland Wedding provided Toby with his first national winner, with me and Steel Bridge second on the rails. We were all a lot younger then.
Fantastic. I've always thought would win me a national, and I thought he had his chance, but this year he's come really good.
Romany King bids to be Toby's third national victor and seems in the right frame of mind.
He usually turns off totally. Mikey, we've taught him to do that, mainly because before we knew a lot about him, he used to idle when he got near the pace, or more particularly when he got to the front. But I must admit, I'm finding it difficult to think how we'll ride him this year, but I can't think we'll change the order much from last year.
He's a horse that you can really switch off. He goes to sleep underneath you. He jumps very well, pop away, and all you have to do is then just switch him on, you know, get him to travel and carry you. But over the national course and distance, that's what you want, is something that's able to have a high cruising speed and pick him up then when you want him.
He's a joy to train. He always has been. He's an athlete. He does exactly what you want him to do. His horse tells you when he's fit and when he's ready, and he's telling me that now.
So Romany King, another that's got every chance in the race today. Well, I don't know if you've picked your choice for the big race yet. Let's hear what our commentators have got to say about it. That's Jim McGrath joining us for the first time this year on the National, John Hanmer, and of course the evergreen Peter O'Sullivan.
It's the 50th successive National I've seen, and the first in which I can remember not having had a bet. The one I'd like to be calling home is Captain Dibble, because I think his rider, having his 13th ride in the race, Peter Scudamore, is one of the greatest achievers in the history of national hunt racing, so I'd love to see him win.
I fancied Garrison Pavana for the race for a long time. He ran so well in the Cheltenham Gold Cup until he made a bad blunder at the last open ditch. He nearly won the race 2 years ago, and I hope he'll last home this time.
I think party politics will win this year's Grand National. He won it in great style last season. He returned to form at Haydock recently, and it seems that the tubing operation has worked wonders for him, and I think he'll handle the Aintree fences once again, just as if they're hurdles. So it's party politics for me.
Well, my tip is Beater's Lad. I've seen him win in Ireland a couple of times in really good fashion. He won the Racing Post Chase at Kempton on a flat-running track, and this is a similar flat-running track. He beat Royal Athlete and Dockson's Express that day. I think he's game and tough, and beaten his last 4 starts, and he's the one I'm going for.
Well, of all the horses that I've seen filming in the last couple of weeks, I was certainly most impressed by Captain Dibble. He's a lovely horse, and he looks in terrific condition. But I've been very impressed by the enthusiasm of my friend David Ellsworth. He begged me to give us a buck at 40 to 1, which I duly did. He's 20 to 1 now, but I still think he's a good each-way bet.
I think this year's Grand National is one of the most open we've had for years, and we're really looking for a horse who loves top of the ground. Give us a buck we know really goes on it, and I think he's my each-way selection.
I think the best bet in the National is for 25 horses to complete the actual race. Won't that be marvellous? But my heart is with the class horses. They'll all be there. And I'm just hoping for Garrison Savannah, so I can become one of the leading stallions in the business.
Oh, yes. Well, who'll be right, if any of them? It's mighty cold here today. There's a pretty fierce wind blowing. And just to reconfirm for you, the going is good to firm, and firm in places on the Grand National course. And although there could be a shower or two of rain in due course, it's very unlikely to affect the going. And Ben Hahn was just saying to me just now, that's the last thing they want is a shower of rain, because it'll just make it skiddy on top and won't really affect the going, and the jockeys don't really want that today. Now, the betting, it looks like this at the moment. Let's just go through it if you didn't catch it before, so that you can make up your mind what you fancy in the end. Captain Dibble is Skoo's right, of course. We still have co-favourites with Captain Dibble, Royal Athlete, that's Ben's ride, you just heard from him, and Zeta's Lad, winner of its last 5 runs. Romany King is 9 to 1. Last year's winner is also 9 to 1. Garrison Savannah at 12, the near winner of 2 years ago. Laura's Bow, 3rd last year, one of the Irish challenges at 16. And Won't Be Gone Long has now come into 16. That's Richard Dunwoody's ride, and as you heard earlier, he was pass fit by the doctor not so very long ago to take that ride today. On the other hand is 18, Chatham 22s with Latent Talent. Give Us a Buck is at 25s. Some other 25 to 1 chances there. Kildimo is trained by Harvey Smith's wife these days, 33s to 1. Now we're moving to the real outsiders, although Last Suspect won at 50 to 1 a few years ago. Bonanza Boy among them, who's been around this national course a good few times. Ross McGuee went round the course, well, 1 lap of it anyway, in the John Hughes Memorial on Thursday and finished 3rd, but 66 to 1 for the race today, amongst those others. Now, as I said earlier, I think we might be moving into the realms of fantasy, but it's a lovely fantasy. That's what the National's all about. 150 to 1 shots here, and Royal Speedmaster is at 200 to 1. And the real outsider for the race, well, it's come in a bit, actually. It was 500 to 1 a short time ago, and Tarkogan's Best is now 300 to 1. Well, although Irish-bred horses from time to time win the National, it's been an awful long time since an Irish-trained winner here. In 1975 was Les Scargo. What are the Irish chances this year? They've already had 1 good win, of course.
A famous day for Irish rugby. I wouldn't mind being him tonight.
And here he comes to the line, Les Scargo, the comfortable winner of the 1975 National. This is going to be a first blood for the Irish. Montilado is going to win this in tremendous style.
March was a great sporting month for Ireland. Victory against England in the rugby and their best Cheltenham score for 11 years. It is said that things come in threes, so maybe this is Ireland's year to recapture the Grand National prize, last won in 1975 by Liscargo. One man who will have his fingers firmly crossed is legendary bookmaker J.P. McManus, owner of last season's third, Laura's Bow.
Party politics is going to win the 1992 Grand National. Second is Remedy King. Third is Laura's Bow.
This bonny son of Beau Sharma is trained by 10 times Irish champion jockey Frank Berry at his Curragh stable Stepaside, a yard that has sent out no less than 2 Derby winners in the past. As in last year's National, Conor O'Dwyer will be aboard Laura's Bow, a partnership that has instilled a lot of confidence in the jockey.
Even for his first run last year, he was foot perfect, really great, you know, very placid. He's the type of lad you'd want for it, all right.
Now, if the ground wasn't really soft this year, would you be worried about that? Would he need it very soft?
He does, he needs it soft, but again, it's just the early pace and the fact that they don't actually just come back to him. This is what catches him out.
Trainer Frank Berry has ridden in the Grand National 8 times, but once they're off, it's all down to horse and jockey.
You walk the track together and you can give a bit of advice, but with 40 runners out there, you have to leave it up to the jockey himself, like, because when that tape goes up, it just means up to the gods what happens, you know.
The Gooser will fly the flag for the Paddy Mullins stable, ridden on the day by Kevin O'Brien. Paddy Mullins' illustrious career spans 40 years. 2 of his most memorable victories were in the 1967 and 68 Irish Nationals.
And it's neck and neck, Headingle on the far side, Knockamy on the near side. We've got 150 yards to go, and Knockamy is there. And it's Headingle now, and it has to come up to the post at the close thing. It's neck and neck. If the photo finish, no doubt, but Headingle for me is one.
But who could forget Dawn Run and John Joe O'Neill?
She's made it. Dawn Run has won it. Dawn Run has won it for Raymond Ladd. She's become the first in history to win the Champion Hurdle and the Gold Cup.
The Gooser showed his talents in impressive fashion in last year's Galway Plate, only weeks after a wind operation. The 10-length victory took a lot of punters by surprise.
As they race for the home turn, the Gooser has a 6-length advantage. Fortrix is in second. Behind Fortrix in third place is Riders Key. And then in fourth place, Baptismal Fire. They're a long way clear of Ross Venture and Faithful Star. But the Gooser levels up for home. The Gooser is going to win it for the Paddy Mullins stable.
An even greater surprise for Paddy were the 6 wins by the Irish at this year's Cheltenham Festival.
And at the moment, I haven't really figured out what is the reason. I thought that when the ground was good, that was the end for the Irish, but it's like everything else in racing, you can never say what's going to happen.
Rainbow continues in the lead. Up the Galway in second. Outbreak Star in third.
Trained at Homer Scott's Castle Dermot stud, the committee is on many each-way slips for the Grand National. After a training hiccup, he is now back on form.
He had an injury 2 years ago, and the main thing was to have him fit, to give him every chance to stay in sound and keep him well. And he seems to be just absolutely on top form now. And we brought him back this year. He's been marvellous. Like, I mean, he's never given us one bit of trouble. Worked away at him, and the fitter he got, the more sounder he has been.
A good 4th to Jadami in the Irish Gold Cup in February, and 3rd here in the Commuer at Cheltenham last month, under a lot of weight. He has the credentials to go very close. The horse would handle anything but heavy ground, according to Homer, who is not afraid of any other runner in the national lineup.
Certainly as good as form as any horse in the race. If it was all down to the form, like, I mean, he would have a marvellous chance.
Villa Howe, a disappointing 13th in the Cheltenham Gold Cup, will not be wearing the blinkers this time, but carries the confidence of trainer Mouse Morris, winner of the champion chase as a jockey and later as a trainer.
Running to the final fence now in the Queen Mother Champion Chase, and Buckhouse a long way clear of very promising. Buckhouse showing with his white face, clear. 6 lengths clear of very promising, who jumps in second. Cathy's Lad jumps in third, and it's Buckhouse.
Mouse is relying on the expert talents of Irish champion Charlie Swan, having his 4th Grand National ride. It was a dream come true for this record-breaking Irishman, who scored 4 times at the Cheltenham Festival, becoming a national hero overnight. But it hasn't always been a trouble-free run for this partnership. Carvilla Howe and Charlie Swan were controversially disqualified after winning the 1991 Whitbread Gold Cup. So Carvilla Howe travels to Aintree, seeking to become the first Irish-trained winner of the National for 18 years.
I'm very hopeful, all right, but the way he ran in the Gold Cup, you'd be a little bit disappointed. But he got very uptight in the parade ring, and the blinkers probably just made him a little bit excited. I think he's well capable of better things, and he's about 11 pound better handicapped in England than he is in Ireland. So I think if he jumps around and he's in good form, I think he should have a good each-way chance.
Well, Carvilla Howe certainly looks up to the challenge, but what does the future hold for his jockey?
I'd just like to keep on riding winners and stay in one piece. Hopefully ride a big winner someday, like a Gold Cup or a Grand National. But just stay in one piece and, keep on enjoying it.
The Irish challengers for today's race. Now here's a real expert. Griff Rhys-Jones. You've been to the National before?
No, I've never been here. I've never been to a racetrack before, so this is quite an excitement for me.
Yes. I've spotted where they go, have you?
I have, yes. We went over there and watched the race, and they just walked round, and I thought it was a bit of a pity, really.
Now, the course is over that way.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, we'll go over later.
Yes, you'll work it out in due course. Have you picked the winner, or have you...
I hope so. I mean, we'll find out later.
What are you going for?
I'm going for spinning in the first race.
Are you? Yeah, but what about the National?
Oh, the National, no. I haven't made up my mind there. I choose it by the colour of the...
nice colours.
Yeah, if they've got nice colours, that's the best way to bet. So
Where's the other fella, Smith?
Well, I assume he's watching at home. This will be a surprise for you, won't it? You didn't expect to see me.
No, because he's the racing.
He is a bit. Yes, I'm surprised he's not here.
I believe he's owned, hasn't he?
He's owned one leg.
Has he?
Yes. It was delicious afterwards.
Any luck with it? Did he have at all?
Well, strangely, we were doing a shoot once, and he came rushing in and said to everybody on the crew, "My horse is running today," and everybody on the crew went and put money on it, and thank God it won.
It did win.
It did, because at the time I was worried that we'd never finish the shoot if the entire crew had lost money as a result of Mel's tip. So we were lucky in that.
What made you decide to come here today then?
We're shooting in Liverpool, so this being our day off.
Right.
For Yorkshire TV.
Not for whom, about what? I know.
Oh, I see.
I know it's tricky, the questions, but I'm doing my best.
No, I'm trying to keep it going. It's a thing called D-Mob, and it's a story of 2 blokes who come out after the war and get together.
Enjoy the BAFTAs?
After a fashion. I think I enjoyed them more than anybody else did, but that's,
Griff, thanks very much. Have a good day, and I hope you do pick the winner later.
Thank you very much.
If you know what you're going to come back and tell us about it
I will
bit later.
indeed.
Yeah, smashing. There we are. Let's just tell you about that football score. Sheffield Wednesday against Sheffield United. Wednesday leading by a 1-0 still. Scored in 2 or 3 minutes by Chris Waddle, and it's fast approaching half-time there. We'll keep you posted on that. Right, let's go racing then. Our first race of the afternoon, and the runners and riders now from Peter O'Sullivan.
Number 1 is Jinxie Jack, ridden by Neil Doughty, the leader in the Ritz Club Charity Trophy and the rider of On the Other Hand in the National. 2 is Duke of Monmouth, ridden by Jamie Osborne, who rides Latent Talent in the big one. 5 is Larnaca, ridden by Adrian Maguire, rides Remini King in the big one. 6 is Spinning, Jimmy Frost. 7 is Bolland Patrick, ridden by Lorcanois, who will shortly be associated with Kildimo. 8 is Qualitaire Sound, ridden by John Quinn. 9 is Done Instantly for Ireland, ridden by Charlie Swan, who rides Carvillahar later. 10 is Albertito, ridden by Stephen Wynne. 11 is Nikitas, ridden by Simon McNeil, who rides Bonanza Boy later. And 12 is Noble Insight, ridden by David Richmond. Winners of 48 races here between them, and here's how they bet off.
Well, Rhys-Jones has picked the favourites, so very clever of him. Spinning is 13-8 favourite. Jinxie Jack, 4-1 second. Done Instantly is on 11-2, but drifting a little. Qualitaire Sound and Duke of Monmouth, 10-1, these two. Larnica, 12s. Bolland Patrick, 16-1. And Albertito has gone out from 16s to 20-1. The outsiders, Nikitas, 33-1, and Noble Insight, 50-1.
What a good race to whet our appetites. This will be a fast one. Old Jinxie Jack on the far side there. He'll make the running in this without a shadow of doubt. 4-1 from 7-2. Now, Neil Doughty is an excellent record riding in a Grand National, and this really is a good horse to start warming him up for the day. He's almost champion hurdle class.
Yes, he's only just below champion hurdle class. It would have made a tremendous chase had he taken the jumping fences well. He's won over fences, but he's a lovely big strapping sort of horse, but he does tend to try and kick a fence out of the way. He kicks a hurdle out of the way sometimes, but gets away with it. But unfortunately, he didn't take the fence as well as he should, and he is a very, very top-class hurdler. Would suit around this track, this fast track will suit him well.
Good track for a front runner, this. You can jump off, get the rail, and stick there. But of course, the big danger to him will be Spinning, or even Duke of Monmouth there in front in the grey and the red there. This is Duke of Monmouth, former Cheltenham Festival winner. Just has disappointed a bit from the Simon Sherwood Yard this year. It's been sort of spluttering. Sharky's been promising to break through, hasn't he?
Yeah, things just haven't quite gone the way he'd like them to. Sure, he'd be quite happy when this season's over and perhaps start again. This horse has been disappointing, it must be said, since the Triumph Hurdle. He hasn't shown really up to that form. Mind you, I think maybe it was a little bit of a birthday for him when he won the Triumph Hurdle. He was a 33-1 shot that day. He is a good horse with ability, though, but I think he just has a little bit of a mind of his own.
Never ever threatened in the Champion Hurdle, finished 15th there in the end. Now here's a horse in the Paul Mellon colours, Spinning. This is the one I think will win. He's only got 10-7, you know. He was third in the County Hurdle. He was third previously in the Sunderland's race at Sunderland's Imperial at Sandown, where he'd spread equalled his legs to a 13-8 favourite from 7-4. And I think this course will suit him because he likes a rail to run with. Royal Ascot winner, won the Bessborough, lot of class.
Yeah, very classy horse. This does deserve to win a decent prize. He didn't really settle at Cheltenham in the County Hurdle and maybe used himself up a little bit too much. But this track would suit him very well. He'd expect to see him right up there, probably making the running even off this relatively lightweight. And look at him, a grand sort of horse, isn't he?
Well, I doubt whether he'd quite be able to take it off Jinxie Jack, but I can see him just following him around. This is a very good race. And we are going to, with the ground riding like it is, we are going to have records broken today. There's no doubt about that. 8 there with the diamond nearest to us, Qualitaire Sound, Peter Bottomley's horse. Now, this horse has always threatened to be a good horse. He's always knocking on the door, wins plenty of races. I wonder if this will be his biggest moment.
Just might be a little bit short of class for this race, but he's a horse who will definitely love the fast ground. He's a winner around Kempton, which isn't dissimilar to this track, although of course it's going the other way around, but a flat, sharp track.
They're coming in for the Cordon Bleu handicap hurdle, so let's join Peter O'Sullivan.
9 flights to be jumped this time. Keith Brown wants the heads back off the tape.
Could you look at him, Max? Neil Doughty, just wait, jockeys.
Jinxie Jack just taking a turn. Looks as though they might be going to have a look at him. He could have got a kick there.
The vet behind you, Max.
Jinxie Jack coming in to join him.
No, just wait, jockeys. Just wait. Get his head back. No, sir.
Nerves always a little bit on edge on National Day. This looks a possibility.
Can you get in there, Adrian McGrath?
Jinxie Jack just looking a little bit mulish, not very keen to take part today.
Try and get him in there.
He's in there now. Now Larnaca and Adrian
Like
McGrath.
no, just illustrating. Just be ready, jockeys. Now we've got another one turning.
Albertito nearest to us.
All right, come on.
That's it. And they're away. And Jinxie Jack just dwelt a little bit at the start, lost a little bit of ground, and done instantly. Spinning and Bolin William are the first three to show from Nikitas. And it's done instantly over on the far rail. Spinning, pulling his way just to the front though, the sheepskin noseband. Bolin William is third, Nikitas is fourth. Spinning over on the far rail from Bolin Patrick, Bolin William I was calling him, Bolin Patrick, and then Nikitas, and then done instantly over on the far side. Behind them come Larnaca. Spinning, he's taken quite a strong hold with Jimmy Frost. Coming to the second and over it clear of Bolin Patrick, and then done instantly, and behind them Noble Insight and Nikitas, and towards the outside Albertito. Dugamon was the back marker. This will be the last next time round. Spinning from Bolin Patrick and done instantly. Then Nikitas, then Noble Insight on the inside. Then comes Jinxie Jack, behind him Collider Sound. And then Larnaca, and on the near side Albertito, and Dugamon was just the back marker and spinning. Swinging left-handed here, with a lead of about 3 lengths now over Bolin Patrick. On the inside of Bolin Patrick is done instantly. Behind them Nikitas, and then Jinxie Jack. Behind Jinxie Jack, Noble Inside, then Collider Sound, and then Larnaca. Then Albertito. Finally Duke of Monmouth. Coming to the fourth now. Spinning, lands clear of Bolin Patrick. Done instantly third. 4 Jinxie Jack just moving up on the inside of Nikitas as the leader comes to the next. Spinning over the fifth, clear of Bolin Patrick and done instantly, and then comes Jinxie Jack, then Nikitas, then Albertito on the inside of Qualidale Sound, and then Larnaca, Noble Insight, and finally Duke of Monmouth. Spinning over the sixth, clear of Bolin Patrick and done instantly, and Jinxie Jack is getting a little bit closer. Then comes Albertito. On Albertito's outside is Nikitas, then Qualidale Sound, and then Larnaca. Got a long run now to the home turn, where they'll have 3 flights left to jump, and Spinning still has them strung out, with Bolin Patrick second, done instantly third, Jinxie Jack 4, and those 4 some way clear of Albertito and Nikitas. Spinning well clear as he comes down to the third last in this Cordon Bleu handicap hurdle. Spinning jumps the third last, clear of Bolin Patrick and done instantly. Then Jinxie Jack and Nikitas. Second last, Spinning a long way clear of Bolin Patrick, done instantly. Nikitas and Jinxie Jack racing down to the final flight now, and surely Spinning just has to jump it. He's a class horse. He jumps it well, he flattens it in fact, but he doesn't interrupt his impetus whatsoever. And Spinning striding up to the line. Jimmy Frost affords the luxury of a look over his right shoulder, sees no danger whatsoever. As they come to the line, great applause for Spinning. Won it in impressive style. Spinning is the winner, Bolin Patrick is second. Done instantly, and Nikitas in a photo for third place. But no doubt about the winner here. Spinning, number 6, owned by Mr. Paul Mellon, trained by Ian Bording, and ridden by Jimmy Frost. Second, number 7, Bolin Patrick, owned by Sir Neil Westbrook, trained by Peter Easterby and ridden by Lorcanwar, and it's officially a photo for third place. A photo between Done Instantly for Ireland and Nikitas, with Done Instantly possibly just getting that verdict, but quite close, that photo.
Not only is this a class horse, he was so well handicapped on 7, but watch this last jump, a Royal Ascot winner. Watch him pick up. Look at that for a leap. totally in his stride. Jimmy Frost, well, he must have been counting his 10% from a long way out. Look at the runners behind just going for that gap. Dangerous thing to do, they snatch at it. But this, for Jimmy Frost, it was a worthy favourite, class horse, showing it today. Poor old Jinxie Jack, who got to give this one a stone and a half, you know, got left. He was never going to get back in the hunt because, as Bill told you beforehand, this was a front runner as well as Jinxie. As Jinxie missed the break, he was left to do it himself. Had a rail, because he can wander around sometimes, and a good win for Ian Balding, the Royal Trainer. I think that he loves his jumping as much as he enjoys going to the big flat meetings. So Spinning gets favourite backers off to a very good start here on Martel Grand National Day. And I agree, I think it's very close for second. In fact, I wouldn't like to split those two. For third, in actual fact, I'm going to go for Nikitas, just shading out, done instantly for third.
Spinning, the 13-to-8 favourite under Jimmy Frost. His greatest moment here at Liverpool was back in 1989 when he won it on Little Polvar for Spinning's trainer's brother, Toby Balding. Toby, who's represented this year by both Romany King and Farm Week. It's the 21st winner of the season for Jimmy Frost. Only number 3 for Ian Balding, who of course concentrates on the level. Class horse this by Glint of Gold out of Strathspey by Jimmy Repin.
We'll sort that full result out for you in a moment or two, but at least Griff Rhys-Jones has had a winner there already. Now we're going to pull away from here just for a second or two to hear about the semi-final down at Wembley, the All-Sheffield affair. The news is that United have equalised. Bob Wilson.
Yes, there's a goal in the first minute, a goal in the very last minute of the first half, and it was veteran Alan Cork who equalised for United. Cork now 34 years of age. He equalised just on the stroke of half-time, sliding the ball just beyond Chris Wood's reach when put clear, and it was totally against the run of play. In truth, Wednesday could have been at least 3 up by then. 1 up after just a minute and 3 seconds from Chris Waddle's brilliant free kick. They've also hit the woodwork twice as well, both from that prolific goal scorer Paul Warhurst. But it's been Chris Waddle who's been the real star of the game with his passing, his dribbling and his shooting, goal apart. But credit to Sheffield United, who come from behind in 4 of their 6 FA Cup games this season. They have that never say die spirit instilled by manager Dave Bassett, and they're level at half-time. It's Sheffield Wednesday 1, Sheffield United 1. We're in for a terrific second half.
Thanks very much, Bob. Let's just confirm the 1-2 for you in that race. Spinning, the 13-to-8 favourite, won. Bolin Patrick at 21 seconds. Still a photo between 11 and 9 for third. We'll clear that up in just a moment or two. Well, Grand National Day isn't Grand National Day without talking to Mrs. Pittman. Jenny, how are you today? Are you in good form?
Nervous.
Nervous
Always.
as ever?
I'm not quite sure I should be nervous, more nervous about the race. I was talking to you then.
Come on now, come on. The questions are always nice and easy. What about your 2 hopes today? Garrison Savannah, Royal Athlete. Well, you've got 3, Esheness as well.
Yeah, don't forget Esheness.
All right, what will...
We could all have been barking up the wrong tree, you know.
You really think that's got chances?
Listen, he was second to Jadami at Newbury, you know. That was a hell of a run, and he's got some top-class form. He's running with no weight, and he's obviously got his chances of running into a place, and you know, this is a funny old job, this.
Did Mark decide to ride Garrison Savannah, or did you decide that he should ride Garrison Savannah? How does it work out?
No, I stayed off the pitch completely. I realised it was a very difficult decision for him to make. He's ridden Royal Athlete since he was a baby. He made him into a champion novice chaser. He's ridden Garrison Savannah since he was a baby. But at the end of the day, he had got another £3 to lose on Thursday to be able to do the weight on Royal Athlete. And I did say to him that the way I see it is this: if anything goes wrong when you're riding Royal Athlete, if you get beat on the run-in, everybody will say you weighted too hard, you hadn't got the strength of a junior discipline. And so whichever way it went, quite honestly, he couldn't win if he rode Royal Athlete, if you see what I mean. Mind you, if he rides Garrison Savannah and Royal Athlete wins, You know, he'll say he's an April Fool. So, but you know what it is. You make your decisions and you stand by them. And I said to Mark, I don't want you weighing 10 stone if you're riding Garrison Savannah, because you know it means carrying such a lot of dead weight.
Yeah. Could we just say who this little chap is that you brought along here with you today?
This is a friend of mine called David Harwood, and he's come to the races today. He's a fan of Garrison Savannah. He's also a fan of Peter Scudamore, so he's got divided loyalties today. If either of my horses, any of my 3 horses win today, I've promised him a trip into the unsaddling enclosure.
Excellent. You enjoying yourself?
Yes.
Very good. Now, what about Ben DeHaan? I was talking to him just now. He really fancies his chances today. He's in good form.
Well, Ben and I go back a long way, and you know, it's 10 years ago today since Corbière. I had a lot of fun here, and of course David Coleman, all hell broke loose back there.
Ben watching you now.
His car pinched this morning, he was late.
I know, you see.
So Albert, that looks after Royal Athletes, rode him out this morning, and it was lovely actually. We just topped it right this morning. I feel real good about my horses.
That's great. How long did it take to recover a couple of years ago when Garrison Savannah went so close and just missed that historic win as it would have been? Because it would have been...
for me to recover?
Yes, because I mean you were disappointed on the day. And
in actual fact, Des, I mean I know people think I was disappointed, but I wasn't. I mean I realised that having just won the Gold Cup with him rather, that you know, people were saying, well, you know, it's folly to run him in the National, and I was that relieved that he came back in one piece. You know, people misunderstood what I meant. I didn't want all the doom and gloom that you were beaten. I didn't feel like that. I didn't feel it was a day of sadness. I felt the horses run a great race. I watched him on the telly jump in those fences. It was poetry in motion. I felt so good afterwards. I mean, okay, if he'd have won, it would have been the icing on the cake. But I knew the bits and bobs of problems I'd had from the Gold Cup, getting him ready for the Grand National. And I was just so relieved that, and you know, you guys were all talking about sadness. I didn't feel sad. I was just that relieved that...
No, we weren't talking about sadness so much, but we knew it was a
Mark had fractured his pelvis at the day of the Gold Cup, so it had been like 3 weeks since he'd had a fractured pelvis. He was in hospital. The horse, you know, we'd been plagued with problems. I was just that relieved that the 2 of them had come back in one piece. I didn't feel any sadness. I just felt great that they were back. Listen, when my horses go down there today and they do that parade, I think, God, why ain't he in Australia or somewhere lying on the beach? And I just want my horses and jockeys and everybody else to come back today. If we get anything after that, it's a bonus.
Sure. But is Savannah better prepared for the race this year, not having come off,
I feel that if I was running the same horse today that I ran in 1991, he wouldn't have been beaten. But of course, we've got more weight now, so we
what, about 6 pounds more?
Yeah, that's right.
That's
but then,
tough though, isn't it? Because they don't win with that sort of weight too much in the National these days, do they?
I think he's an extraordinary horse.
All right.
And to be perfectly honest, the fairest thing for the owners, because they've been totally supportive. I mean, both those horses have had problems, and Royal Athlete was off for 2.5 years, and I was really struggling with him, and they never wavered. And I said to them, look, Gary, I said, if you want somebody else to have a shot at yours, mate, I said, don't feel you're letting me down. And he looked at me and said, you're telling me to get... I said, Gary, I'm not saying get somebody else, I'm just saying, if you do, don't feel you're letting me down. And Garrison Savannah, you see, he's had 2 long spells off in his career, and you know the fairest result from this, it's a dead eat. That's not going to happen, but that I feel so torn between...
a bit much.
Because of their loyalties to me, I feel so torn between, you know, the camps, but he's made the decision up there, and we'll have to hang on a bit and see what it's going to be.
Well, you're talking as well as ever. It's a delight to have you on the programme, as always, on Grand National Day. We hope they come back safe. It's about time you won it again.
Yes.
Yeah,
and don't
good luck, little fella.
forget David and the Starlight Foundation.
All right, we'll look after them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Thanks, young man. Right, now let's have the starting prices for that first race.
First, number 6, Spinning, 13 to 8 favourite. Second, number 7, Bolin Patrick, 20 to 1. Third, number 11, Nikitas, 33 to 1.
Now, not so very long ago, there was a bit of good news here, because this man put his thumbs up to us. Richard Dunwoody, of course, and he's joining us now. He's just having his microphone strapped on. It's always live television. How are you? How's the hand?
Yes, not too bad at all.
Okay. Because you had a bit of a nasty fall here yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, it was 2 weeks ago. I broke a bone in my hand.
Originally,
yesterday, the horse unfortunately broke his leg on the fan, and just in front of the stands. Luckily, I had him nearly, back to a canter by the time he fell, so I was lucky.
So it's painful still, I suspect.
It's not too bad. The odd bang, it just jars it up a little bit.
Does it impede the riding?
No, not at all. No, it's you know, finding ground.
You've got a bit of an outsider this year, haven't you?
Yes,
Although I see the prices come into about 18.
Bit of money for him, but
yeah, won't be gone long.
He loves to grind. He's won around the track, won the John Hughes, and I hope he'll give me a good ride.
The trainer knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
That's right. Yeah, I think he's had several place horses, still looking for his first winner. Hope for the best.
Of course, you've won the race in '86 with West Tip. What since then you've had a few decent rides, haven't you? In the national?
Finished second on West Tip as well. Finished fourth on him a couple of times. Finished sixth on a fixed on for David Nicholson as well.
Is it a race that G's you up more than the others?
Yes, it's been built up since Cheltenham. Everyone's looking forward to Liverpool and the National, and yeah, everyone's looking forward to it.
Good. Well, we wish you the best, Richard, and take care of that hand and come back safe.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed. All right, let's have another little look around the course. It's the old wind's blowing away here, and big crowds, of course, all massing down there by the rails, looking forward to. Well, we've got 2 more races before the big one. There's a few spots of rain, I'm told now, as forecast, but it won't make much difference to the going, which remains good to firm. There you see confirmation of the strong wind here today. Very cold. Now, what about an outsider to win the race today? It's 26 years since that famous win of Foynehaven at 100 to 1. But of course, the outsiders can come from anywhere.
They reckon that over £70 million will be bet on today's race. The professional money is already on. Today, the once-a-year punter is looking for a 50 to 1 winner. Blatant Talent is a horse from a very different background. Owned by the millionaire Christopher Heath, he's trained by one of the golden boys of National Hunt Racing, Simon Sherwood.
Hi Christopher, it's Simon Sherwood speaking on the 25th March. Just say that all being well, Jamie Osborne will ride Latent in the National.
After winning the Gold Cup on the Great Desert Orchid, how important is the National to him?
Oh, very important. It's obviously one of the most prestigious races in the racing calendar. I'd regard obviously the Gold Cup or Champion Hurdle as being your top, but it would be very, very nice to pick Grand National along the way sometime.
So far, Latent Talent is a horse who hasn't altogether fulfilled his potential.
He's prone to breaking blood vessels, which is a problem he's always had from a youngster. And as a result, his form is inclined to be a little bit erratic. On his day, with sun on his back, on good ground, I think he's a very good horse. But he definitely is a better horse in spring and autumn. And to me, he just definitely seems to be coming back to himself.
His best run this season was a defeat of Captain Dibble at Ascot. But will he stay the 4.5 miles?
Stamina should be no trouble at all. I think he stays all day. He's got a little bit of speed, which is quite nice for a horse that does have stamina. But getting the 4 miles plus, I don't think will be any problem at all.
12 months ago, Latent Talent fell at the ditch when joint favourite for the John Hughes. This is the real thing, and even the cool Sherwood is getting on edge.
Obviously, one gets a bit wound up about it, but I think once he's out there, there's nothing else one can do. He's owned by Mr. Christopher Heath, who's well experienced and all about racing, and he understands all the ups and downs, so that obviously takes the pressure off a bit. But as long as he gets clear around, behaves himself, and I think he should be there and thereabouts at the end.
So he's far from a remote outsider?
I'd say, yeah, he's a decent outsider's chance in a very open national.
The horse that's made the longest journey to Aintree is Quirinus. He arrived in January from Czechoslovakia, sponsored by his local village, with his jockey Chico Brecker, who 3 years ago saved him from the knacker's yard. Brecker begged the previous owners to give him Quirinus when he broke down. Last autumn, he was rewarded in the grueling Grand Pardubice with its fearsome tax suspense. Quirinus won easily. Last month at Windsor, Brecker got the feel of British racing. The horse's official trainer is now Kevin Morgan.
Chico kept going in the office every day, asking them if he could take the horse home and care for it himself, because he'd been involved with him from a young horse. And after about a week, they were saying, oh, no, no. And anyway, they finally agreed, and he took the horse home, and for 18 months, I think he blistered his legs about 5 times, and then he used to stand him in local brook for hours and hours on end, and he actually got the horse back on the road to recovery and back on the race course, and he's been sound ever since.
As long as you get round safe
Yeah,
and
just
sound,
keep him
that's
nice
the
and
main
balanced, you
thing.
know, with this ground being very firm. Just keep a nice hold of his head,
nice,
you know.
Nice race.
Yeah.
Happy race.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
The fences could have been brick walls so far as Quirinus was concerned. He gave them far too much air and was totally outpaced on the firm going. But at the last, he still had a chance of third place. One problem for Quirinus is that both here and at Aintree he carries automatic top weight. But there are other problems for the first Slovak horse to run at Aintree.
You see today, not very fast. I won't finish in Grand National. No chance to win, definitely.
Once upon a time, horses used to get fit by galloping. Rowlandson's Jules employs a different technique. Now a 12-year-old, he uses a treadmill for a bit of variety. It builds muscle, and the speed can be varied. It's just one of the devices used by trainer David Murray-Smith.
We noticed about a year or two ago, a couple of times thought he was working disappointing. It was just when he sees the hills, he says, I know all this, I've done enough, and just relaxes. So, you know, getting to his age, it does help just to do other things with him.
Since he won at Sandown 3 weeks ago, the horse has only once been ridden. Instead, he spent much of his time walking through the village of Lambourne to enjoy another of his regular pursuits, the water treadmill run by John Porter.
He comes down sort of once or twice a week, just really, not that there's anything particularly wrong with the horse, but just to freshen him up and let him, enjoy himself. Seems to run better when he's fresh, and David seemed to work very well before he ran last time when he won. He came to us 2 or 3 times beforehand, and we're doing the same, for Liverpool.
Once a horse is in the water treadmill, he has to work quite hard, but is it strenuous for them?
Yes. If he's in there for 20 minutes, which is the length of one of his usual sessions, he actually wades about 2 miles.
Do they take to it straight away?
Majority do. You get the odd one that resents the system, same as you get the odd horse that won't go on the gallops, or won't go in a horse box, or won't be caught. But the very few that won't actually adapt to the system.
But despite the benefit of his water therapy, Rowlandson's Jules remains what he always was, an outsider.
Yes, he's definitely an outsider, but I think he's what I call a very live outsider. Last year he came down as the chair, but providing we can negotiate that, I think he'll run a big race. He loves the fast ground, and I do feel a lot happier about him going into the race this year than I did last year.
The secret of winning a Grand National is a lot to do with the story of the tortoise and the hare. Sure Metal hasn't got the message yet, despite the instruction of Ginger McCain, not to mention the greatest exponent of all, Red Rum. Sure Metal, a 2-miler, is a very different character. As for Ginger, does the National still give him that unique buzz?
Well, it doesn't. It's sort of, you're basically, I think, really going with sort of 2nd division, 3rd division material when you've been highly involved with sort of one of the very, very best, actually. So it doesn't. But it's an interesting exercise, and one day another good horse is going to come along that I think will hopefully win a national. But I can't ever see myself getting another Red Rum or anything even comparable with him, to be quite honest.
Sure Metal is a fast horse and a quick jumper. The problem for his rider today is to persuade him that he has to go twice as far as he normally does. Seamus O'Neill could be in for an interesting ride. If Red Rum has given his friend some advice, it seems to have fallen on deaf ears.
Ginger, what would the old boy be saying to the young pretender?
I think unquestionably steady, a long way to go. Take a pull on, my son, and catch your breath. But I must say, I don't think the other fellow's going to take an awful lot of notice.
some of the outsiders for the National this afternoon. Well, the rain's coming down here a little bit. It's not too heavy at the moment. It's spitting a bit, and the brollies are going up. It won't make a difference, I don't think, to the going, which remains good to firm on the Grand National course. It'll just make things a bit tricky for the jockeys because it'll be a bit slippery on top. But a few specks of rain here at the moment as forecast, and still very windy indeed. Well, some people, of course, pick their horse on the basis of the age of the national runner. 8-year-old won last year, Party Politics. 8, 9, 10 is favourite. It's 70 years since a 13-year-old horse won. There are two in the race today. One of them is Kill Dymo, and these days the horse is trained by Mrs. Harvey Smith.
Harvey, what's your official position here in the yard?
Me, I'm only the boss's husband.
What does that entail?
Looking after gallops, riding horses, schooling them. You name it, I'm a general dog's body.
Incredible facilities here. They're very different to most places we go.
Yeah, I mean, we're very lucky because everything's natural, you know, and we work natural banks and the horses have a good gallop for home. All the gallops are working for home, coming towards home, and horses always work better doing that. So we're very lucky. I mean, give us another 12 months to get everything like spick and span, and I think this could be as good a training centre as anywhere in the country, you know.
Can you see yourself getting totally out of show jumping and totally into racing eventually?
Well, I've got into my 55th year now, so I mean, it's time. You know, I'd like to have a couple of really crack seasons show jumping. I just mean in the summer months, just to have a real final fling and do one or two of the really big shows on the continent that I've done all my life, you know. I mean, when you say done all my life, I've been going since I was 18. I did my first international Nations Cup when I was 18 years old, you know.
Do you think you could be a year too late with Kildimo? I mean, 12 months ago, you had a favourite's chance.
Yeah, I mean, last year was very unfortunate with him because, I mean, he fractured a splint bone in the Green Hall Whitney.
It's spitting a bit, and the brollies are going up. It won't make a difference, I don't think, to the going, which remains good to firm on the Grand National course. It'll just make things a bit tricky for the jockeys because it'll be a bit slippery on top. But a few specks of rain here at the moment as forecast, and still very windy indeed. Well, some people, of course, pick their horse on the basis of the age of the national runner. 8-year-old won last year, Party Politics. 8, 9, 10 is favourite. It's 70 years since a 13-year-old horse won. There are two in the race today. One of them is Kill Dymo, and these days the horse is trained by Mrs. Harvey Smith.
Harvey, what's your official position here in the yard?
Me, I'm only the boss's husband.
What does that entail?
Looking after gallops, riding horses, schooling them. You name it, I'm a general dog's body.
Incredible facilities here. They're very different to most places we go.
Yeah, I mean, we're very lucky because everything's natural, you know, and we work natural banks and the horses have a good gallop for home. All the gallops are working for home, coming towards home, and horses always work better doing that. So we're very lucky. I mean, give us another 12 months to get everything like spick and span, and I think this could be as good a training centre as anywhere in the country, you know.
Can you see yourself getting totally out of show jumping and totally into racing eventually?
Well, I've got into my 55th year now, so I mean, it's time. You know, I'd like to have a couple of really crack seasons show jumping. I just mean in the summer months, just to have a real final fling and do one or two of the really big shows on the continent that I've done all my life, you know. I mean, when you say done all my life, I've been going since I was 18. I did my first international Nations Cup when I was 18 years old, you know.
Do you think you could be a year too late with Kildimo? I mean, 12 months ago, you had a favourite's chance.
Yeah, I mean, last year was very unfortunate with him because, I mean, he fractured a splint bone in the Greenall Whitney when he was just touched off with cool ground. But if he'd have come out of the Greenall Whitney sound, I think he would have gone to Cheltenham and maybe turned the tables at Cheltenham, and I think he'd have gone for the National and made a great account of himself in the National as well.
The horse hadn't won for 4 years until you won with him at Ascot. What do you put that down to?
Well, I put that down to the handicap of being too severe on him. He run Desert Orchid on level weights, and the handicapper never got off his back. I mean, when Toby had him and when we had him, even when George Moore had him, you know, I mean, the horse was just handicapped so badly that he couldn't win. And I mean, it's only now, I mean, they've let the poor old sod get to 13 years old before they started taking some weight off his back.
Here at the November meeting, off a sensible weight, Kildimo and Lorcan came good over the national fences in the Beecher Chase.
Kildimo lands in the lead by 2 lengths from the Antarctic. Stay on track, jumps in third and 4 tricks 4. They're racing towards the elbow now where so many Grand National hopes have founded. It's a long way to go to the line from here, but Kildimo has a clear advantage. And Kildimo under Lorcan, trained by Sue Smith, is going to win the Crowther Holmes Beecher Chase as they come up to the line. Kildimo wins it, and storming finish by 4 tricks carries him into second place.
During the race, I stood and watched the race with Peter Easterby, and he said, well, look after him, he said, for National, because he said, I have never ever seen a horse jump round Aintree as well as that since Red Rum in his heyday. He was enjoying his ride with Lorcan, and when he came in, to see the way that he shook himself and he got off the horse, he said, that was the greatest thrill of my life. Well, when you get a horse and a jockey get on like that, I mean, you've got a great partnership.
At home, Harvey's wife Sue knows the old boy better than anyone and looks on him as a friend.
I'd like to finish him after the Grand National, but then perhaps his future will be hunter chasing or generally enjoying himself. He's not a horse to be turned into the field, definitely.
Does he have any quirks or idiosyncrasies?
Yeah, to run off with me if he feels like it when he's in this sort of form, yes. But other than that, no, he's a lovely horse to do. Lovely character, lovely to do anything with, and a good workman, you know, he loves to go out and work.
Back in 1972, Harvey, in the white colours, got first-hand experience of these fences in an exhibition with Pat McCarron.
Gee, this whole lot is jumping great, isn't it? Yeah. What do you think of that?
Awesome. I went end over head at Beecher's, yeah. It's funny, I went to Doncaster Sales about a fortnight afterwards, and he was sold in there for 250 quid, so I don't think the BBC really valued my neck a great deal, you.
Famous Harvey with Kildimo, one of today's outsiders. Let's go racing once again now, our second race of the afternoon. It's the Martel Aintree Chase over 2 miles. Here's Peter with the runners and riders.
Yes, number 1 is Cyphrate, ridden by Peter Scudamore. 2, Young Pokey, ridden by Jamie Osborne. 3, Last to the Bunch, Neil Doughty. 4, Burris Mackaroo, Andy Orkney. 5, Fragrant Dawn, Paul Holly. And 7, Bootstaroff, ridden by Mark Dwyer. This run over the Mildmay course, of course, but the last race over fences here before the National, and here's how they bet.
And everything but Boris Mackaroo is drifting out. Fragrant Dawn, the favourite, is 2-1 from 15 to 8. And Cyphrate, 9-4. Young Pokey, 6-1 from 13 to 2. That's coming in a little. Boris Mackaroo, 8-1. And 9-1 as Boots Dara. Last of the bunch, 10-1 from 9.
Len, don't you worry about them drifting out. You get on Fragrant Dawn here and you'll be okay. But here is Cyphrate. Ran such a blinder in the Queen Mother Champion 2-mile chase. He only found Deep Sensation too good for him. Lovely horse, so genuine. you know, horses are like children. You get to love them. You couldn't fall out with this horse. He is the nicest person as a horse. My wife Mandy looks after him in the summer at grass, and you could bring him in the house with you. Lovely horse, but he has a weight disadvantage today. Queen Mother was level weights. This is 11.10 Cypher 10.10 Fragrant Dawn.
Yes, he's got to give away a lot of weight, but he's a rattling good horse, this, and he could just join Catabatic, Little Bay and Artifice, all of who were runner-up in the Queen Mother Champion Chase and came on to win this race. So he's got some good company to follow in the footsteps of.
2 is Young Pokey, one of the 3 British breds here, bred by Philip Cockcroft at Goosemore Stud near Wetherby. He used to stand this fellow's sire, Young Pokey, there, or Uncle Pokey rather, which was the sire of Young Pokey. Well, this fellow, in a way, has lost his way. He went over to America for the Breeders' Cup Chase and just got a bit jarred up there.
Yes, it's a bold move to go over to America, those horses, that time of the year, but the ground there is always fast and always rides a little bit rough. It's just a chance you take. And unfortunately, this horse just got himself a bit stung up and probably has lost his way a little bit since then. But he's a very good horse. He's a winner of over £80,000 in prize money, so he owes his owners absolutely nothing.
And their sporting owners, Maurice Oberstein, Eric Cronfield, and he was 4th at Cheltenham behind Space Fair in the Grand Annual. 5, this is the one I think will win, Fragrant Dawn. You can double up the winnings off spinning in the first. We all fancied that one. 2-1 Fav from 15 to 8. And the reason being is that this is a flat course, and I think he only just gets home. So flat course, good ground, better off in the weights, and I think it all points to him.
It does, Pip. He does love this sort of track and loves to front run. The only thing that worries me is just a little bit quick after Cheltenham for him.
Yes, it is only a fortnight. Fragrant, though, still drifting. 9-4 from 7-4. 9-4 Cypher 8. Joint Fabs there. Young Pokey 6 is 8-1 bar this trio. They won't hang around. Boris Macaroon will go like the clappers. So let's join Peter in case we miss them.
Yes, you'll make him run, Richard, for sure. Boris Macaroon on the inside with Young Pokey on his outer as they settle down a race for the first. Boris Macaroon lands in the lead from Young Pokey, with right up there with him last of the bunch. And it's Boris Macaroon, sure to set a really fast pace here, and he's really motoring too. Boris Macaroon from last of the bunch in Fragrant Dawn, and Cypher 8 over on the far side. Young Pokey's dropped back to 5th, and then Bootster off. They come to the first of the ditches now, and Fragrant Dawn has come to tackle Boris Macaroon, in fact, to take it up. Fragrant Dawn landed in the lead there from Boris Macaroon, then last of the bunch and Cypher 8 on the far side. Bootster off and Young Pokey. Fragrant Dawn coming to the 4th, will be the last after the next circuit, with a 2-length advantage over Boris Macaroon and then last of the bunch. Then Cypher 8 and Young Pokey nearest to us, and Bootster off between horses, and passing the winning post with a full circuit now. And Fragrant Dawn taking him along by about 3 from last to the bunch. Boris Macaroon, it shows what a pace they're going, that he can't lead him at this stage. Over on the far side after them come Young Pokey, and then Bootster off. And finally Cypher 8. So Fragrant Dawn and Paul Hulley, who rides the stable companion Give Us a Buck in the National, leads them from Boris Macaroon, gone back into second now, just ahead of last of the bunch. Over the 5th, Fragrant Dawn from Boris Macaroon and last of the bunch. Cypher 8's moved into 4th, and Bootster off on his outside. Young Pokey the back marker. And Fragrant Dawn coming to the next, the 6th, with the advantage over last of the bunch, who goes back into second. The advantage is changing here very, very rapidly. Bootster off going up 3rd now on the outside of Cypher 8. This is ditch, and Fragrant Dawn landed in the lead there from last of the bunch. Bootster off 3rd, Cypher 8 4th, 5 Boris Macaroon, and 6 Young Pokey. Fragrant Dawn at this one over the 8th. The better jump there than last of the bunch, who didn't handle that all too well. Bootster off going up on the outside of last of the bunch now, in fact, to take second place behind Fragrant Dawn. And it's Fragrant Dawn now from Bootster off. Then a little gap to last of the bunch. A further gap to Cypher 8, has got a lot to do to get on terms with them. Fragrant Dawn there from Bootster off. Racing round the home turn now in the Martel Aintree chase, and still Fragrant Dawn, who's made just about all the running from Bootster off. It's Paul Holly from Mark Dwyer now as they level up towards the third last, and as they do so, Bootster off coming to challenge Fragrant Dawn. Fragrant Dawn and Bootster off at the near side. Fragrant Dawn, Bootster off has taken it up now for Fragrant Dawn as they come to the final ditch. Mark Dwyer on Bootster off from Fragrant Dawn to the far side. Bootster off by 2 from Fragrant Dawn, racing towards the final fence now, and Bootster off quickening under Mark Dwyer. Fragrant Dawn trying to fight back over on the far side, coming down to the final fence. Bootster off with the advantage of Fragrant Dawn. There's a little less between them now. Fragrant Dawn fighting back on the far side. Bootster off lands in the lead from Fragrant Dawn, and it's Bootster off from Fragrant Dawn as they race into the closing stages of the Martel Aintree chase, and Bootster off is going to win it. And as the line, Bootster off is the winner. Fragrant Dawn is second. Young Pokey runs on to be third. Last of the bunch was 4 and Cypher 5. And so the result of the Martel Aintree chase is first. Number 7, Bootster off, owned by Robinson Publications Limited, trained by Jimmy Fitzgerald, his 56th winner of the season, and written by Mark Dwyer, number 58 for him. Second was number 5, Fragrant Dawn, owned by Mr. Bill O'Gorman, trained by David Ellsworth and written by Paul Holly. And third was number 2, Young Pokey, owned by Mr. L.M. Oberstein, trained by Oliver Sherwood and written by Jamie Osborne.
This was even faster than I'd envisaged, and Boris Mackeroo could never get to the front. What a lovely strong gale horse in front here, Fragrant Dawn. But as Bill suggested, it may have been a bit quick. He pecked on landing there, he just touched the top of the fence. But Bootstroff had always been threatening. Back in third, Cypher, who on this very fast ground with the weights against him had a lot to do today. But here, just look at the neck and neck with Mark Dwyer going the better on Bootster off. But it's not all over yet, even though he wins quite convincingly in the end. Paul Holly gets to work on Fragrant Dawn, and the horse so game, he really answers every question. There's only £3 between these two, you know, and I was amazed that Bootster off would get within £3 of Fragrant. Here at the last, pricks his ears, hops out very neatly, and again Fragrant Dawn, who's under that little bit of pressure, just touching the top. It didn't make any difference. Two very fast horses. I'd be surprised if this isn't a course record. I think there'll be a few broken today. But Bootster off, a good winner here for Mark Dwyer and Jimmy Fitzgerald. The bloods were on at Cheltenham. I should think it looks pretty ruby red now.
Jimmy Fitzgerald, the current leading trainer at Aintree, with his second winner at the meeting, following Native Field in the bumpers on the opening day. And for Mark Dwyer, great consolation for not having a ride in the National. The Gold Cup hero, of course, on Jodami, gave this horse a characteristically beautiful ride. The score is 58th winner of the season. Bootster off, the senior runner here, an 11-year-old, by Dubasov out of Love's Seat by King's Bench. Winner now of 11 of his 37 races. Mark being followed in by Neil Doughty, who will be the board stable companion. On the other hand, shortly, just one more race now before the Grand National. Mark returning to the winner's circle with Jimmy Fitzgerald's son Tim on his far side. And Jimmy Fitz goes to greet his winner. The starting prices as follows.
First number 7, Bootster off, 9-1. Second number 5, Fragrant Dawn, 2-1 favourite. Third number 2, Young Pokey, 6-1. 6 round.
So before we continue with the racing then, let's go down to Wembley, catch up on that FA Cup semi-final, Sheffield Wednesday against Sheffield United, and Bob Wilson.
22 minutes gone in the second half here at Wembley. It's still Sheffield Wednesday 1, Sheffield United 1. Wednesday, the favourites, began with a bang. Chris Waddle's lovely free kick putting them ahead with only 63 seconds on the clock. They continued to dominate, with Waddle quite brilliant, and Paul Warhurst twice hitting the United bar until the closing seconds of the first half. That's when Fran's cars passed, put Alan Cork in the clear, and the veteran's shot, although weak, was in the right place to beat Chris Wood's dive. It crept over the line, United were level when they could have been 3 down. Not much of a story in the second half. 2 attempts from Paul Warhurst, 1 wild, 1 well saved, but Warhurst has to go off injured, and the substitute David Hurst is on. Wednesday still look to have the edge, but United are so full of spirit and are dangerous on the break. Mark Bright's just shot narrowly wide for Wednesday, but it's still Wednesday 1, United 1.
And of course, if it stays like that, they actually play extra time today at the first time of asking. Here's a man who knows his football, Bobby Charlton. Enjoying a day's racing, Bob?
Yes, a bit of a change. Trying to look like a punter, but I'm not one really.
Have you enjoyed racing over the years a bit, though?
Well, I've seen a couple of events at Ascot where I was very lucky to go to.
Yeah.
And the old matches. I'm not a racing man really, but I've been invited by Martel today, so I thought
Very nice day out.
And we didn't have a game, so it suited me nicely.
I'll ask you what you picked to win the big race in a second, but first of all, a word about England's performance on Wednesday. You think they did well to get that result in Turkey?
Well, I was only bothered that they got a result.
Yeah.
You know, you go to a place like that, it's a bit hectic. I thought if they came away with a good score, a good result, that would be satisfactory, and it was.
Yeah.
I don't care really how they play in situations like that. Holland is the big one next time, and if we can win that one, I think we're almost there.
And Big Brother now is saying he's actually going to win the World Cup. Never mind qualify for it.
Well, the Irish, you know, I mean, they've always been great dreamers, haven't they? But it may well be, you know, that they'll take a really good team to beat them. They can
That
really play.
special, isn't it?
They can really play. And I hope England can keep away from them for a while. You know, we don't have the best of luck playing against the Irish.
What about the big race today? What are you going for?
I have a list as long as your arm. My mother-in-law's Mr. Ed. Our Suzanne wants give us a book. I've gone for the Gooser. Our Andrea, my other daughter, Zita's lad. And Norma's gone for Laura's Bull.
Okay, well, let's hope you have a bit of luck.
Yeah, well, I've had a bit of luck up to now. I've had 2 seconds, not bad.
Well, that's all right, Bob. Nice to see you. You're in good form. Enjoy the rest of the day's racing.
All right, that's good.
There we are. Well, another one of the outsiders running today is Formula One, and that horse differs from all the others for one very special reason. Richard Pittman now reports.
20 minutes to go before the big race. Away from the frenetic activity the men will experience. A rare chance for a jockey to prepare in peace. This is the lady jockey changing room, and its only occupant today will be 22-year-old Judy Davis from Wrexham, North Wales. She's riding in her first ever national. Judy, who today rides Formula One and rated a 300-to-1 outsider, owned by her father Alan, had her first look at the national fences on Thursday riding Solar Cloud. She managed to negotiate half the course despite this early fright at the first fence, but the object of this exercise was achieved.
Wonderful. I enjoyed every minute of it. Jumped fantastic, you know, really good. Gives me every confidence Saturday now. Formula One is a much bigger horse. I'm quite sure if Solar can jump round, so can Formula One. The fences didn't ride as bad as they walk, you know, they're good.
Being a girl in the National throws women's racing into the spotlight for its annual airing, something the women jocks have mixed feelings about.
Riding in the race, you get so much attention from all sorts of papers, and then throughout the year, lady jockeys don't really get much attention at all. There's a lot of girls riding, you know, all doing a good job. Perhaps it should be a bit, you know, a bit more evened out.
Judy's mount today, Formula One, has shown top-class form in the past, including this third at Ayr between Carrickhill Lad and Royal Athlete, one of today's favourites. The 11-year-old is trained on the Welsh borders at Ross-on-Wye by John Edwards, himself no stranger to the National. John rode in it twice and has subsequently trained numerous fancied runners.
I've had a lot of runners over the years. It's hardly been a year. For the last 20 years I haven't had a runner, but the closest I got was with Sandy Sprice. She led over the last, was only beaten 5 lengths, having broken down, going to the last, and Ron Barry rode her.
Well, John, how can we equate it then, with all your experience at Liverpool, to Formula One now? I mean, he has had, in the past, you know, very good form.
He's had very good form, and then unfortunately he got a bit of a leg, and we tried to put that right. And it all went wrong, and he had to have 18 months off. And he has taken a very long time to come back to himself. Mr. Davis has been very loyal and kept the horse with me, and Judy's had a lot of fun riding him this season. And the horse seems to be well at the moment, and I hope she'll have a very good ride on him. He's a very good jumper, and you don't want a horse to stand off too far. You want him to get in close and pop them, and he'll certainly do that. And
she's got quite a bit of experience for a girl, and I hope she'll have a very good ride.
Experience that has included highs, 11 winners, and lows. This stumble at Sedgefield on Drinks Party meant a nasty fall. But on Solar Cloud at Huntingdon, she got up to beat Steve Smith-Eccles. Does this lead to any aggro?
Not with the jockeys, no. I do, you know, some of the race goers, I think you're always on a hiding to nothing with them. If they put their pound on you, you know, it's, oh, you're a girl. And even though some horses, they run out of their skins to finish second or whatever, in a race where they should have been down the field, you'd always get people saying, oh, if a lad would have been on that, you know, it would have won. But I've just got to the stage where I feel that all I can do is go out there and try my best, and if people aren't willing to give me a chance then, well, there's not a lot else you can do about it. You know, I'm fit, people can see I'm strong, we'll just have to see.
Formula One is not the only horse from the Edwards yard to run in the race today. He saddles another outsider in the soft ground specialist Direct on the left of this trio and quoted at 200 to 1. But the pressure is on Judy.
With Formula One, I think I'll be dreading the third more than anything else. He doesn't like being crowded by other horses very much. So as long as I can have a good look at it, you know, as long as I can have a good look at everything, I'll be okay. If they go a good early gallop, well, we probably won't be able to go with him, so we'll have a good view anyway.
He seems at home a very laid-back character. Do you think that he'll rise to the occasion?
Oh, he'll rise to the occasion, yeah. He always has been in the past. He's been to the Cheltenham Festival and Liverpool before, and by the time he's come out to the parade ring, he's white all over, you know. He really does rise to the occasion.
That's the sole lady rider in the Grand National today. She had a crack at those those national fences here on Thursday in the John Hughes. Now, there's a bit of weather about, and hence one or two of the football matches are off today. Swansea City against Preston North End, Torquay United against Lincoln, and in the conference, Merthyr Tydfil against Farnborough Town. All those three matches will not be played today. Now, Tracy Piggott is with us. Judy Davis going in the National this afternoon. You ride horses all the time. Would you like to have a go at it? Crack at it sometime?
I don't think I would, actually. I had a rather bad experience when I was young in a show jump. I got stuck in a water trough, got wedged in, and
I can put
me off. But my sister's been round the fences with a camera on her helmet with Richard Tipton some time ago.
I seem to remember that.
And she's got more nerve than I have. But,
oh, right.
No, I think I'll give it a miss. So.
We looked at the Irish chances earlier on. It's extraordinary to me that the Irish don't train a Grand National winner more often. I mean, they had with Scargo 75, and then I think it was a good while before that as well.
They've had a pretty good record. The ratio of number of runners compared to the English runners, and of course a lot of the horses are Irish bred that have had a great record in the National. This year there's 5 runners, and Laura's Bow was third last year. He's a very nice horse, but I think he's going to need more given the ground. New Mill House, I don't really rate his chances too highly. I like the Gooser, Paddy Mullins' horse, because he trained the great Dawn Run, won the Gold Cup under John Joe O'Neill. And then he's had 2 Irish Grand National winners. He's a great trainer. And I think this horse will like the going. Not Galway Plate on fast ground. Hasn't had much recent good form, but I think he might cause a surprise. The other horse, of course, is the Committee, who was third in the Commuter at Cheltenham 2 weeks ago and has good form.
So you think a few of them have got some chance this afternoon?
Yeah, I think so. I'd stick with the Gooser, though.
I saw you go for Zita's Lad just now, though, when we...
Of the English runners,
yes.
I think that Zita's Lad is the one I'd like to see win, and I think possibly can. His trainer John Upson, I was just speaking to him a few minutes ago, and
he's very bullish about it, isn't he?
Can't be beat.
Can't be beaten. That's how you don't often hear a trainer say that, do you?
He's beaten all the Irish runners over there. He's got good form in Ireland. He won the Racing Coast Chase on good ground, and he's got a good weight, and he's the right sort of age. You know, I think he's got a good chance. But it's one of the most open Grand Nationals, I think, for a long, long time.
You really think so?
Oh yeah. I mean, there's real stories for 6 of the horses, which is unusual. You know, 6 have really excellent chances. Goo, this will be his 13th attempt, and I'd love to see him win.
Yes, I think everybody would.
I think Zita's Lad, and stick with him.
Yeah, I think he's watching the show, is he, at the moment? Yeah, well, he's in there anyway. He's got a ride in the next before the National. But we're going out of our way not to interview him this year because we've brought him so much bad luck over the years. We're hoping to perhaps bring him a little good luck this year. Tell me, what about Dad Lester? Is he interested in the National Hunt racing? Would he be watching the race today?
Yeah, he's interested in all the racing. I'd say he's been watching the last 3 afternoons, and hopefully he's watching today. He's not riding anywhere. So, yeah, he likes all sport, really.
And the family's got a tradition in this particular race, too.
Yes, my grandfather trained Ayala to win this race, and so my great-grandfather, it was Jerry Emmons Heslin, so there's quite a history to it.
And even Lester had a ride on Red Run once, didn't he, in the early days of Red Run?
As a 2-year-old, when Red Run was a flat horse, he rode him.
Thanks very much for the moment, Tracy.
Thank you.
Well, now, as we know, Skew is riding Captain Dibble today, and a lot of people have got their fingers crossed for the great Skew in that one. But during the week, he took a look at a few of the other fancies for us.
Riverside Boy is one of 5 horses saddled by the remarkable Martin Pipe. It's one race, but Pipe has yet to win. His work companions are Chatham on the right and Bonanza Boy, a veteran Aintree campaigner. Riverside Boy is a quirky character, but a powerful galloper. The concern is how well he'll handle the preliminaries.
I did fall off him, didn't I, at Market Raising, as the tapes went off.
That was at the start, that's right.
At the start, so
He will enjoy the parade. He just relishes something new, doesn't he?
So as long as something... the big things you'll probably stand. It's just as if a little thing like a race card float across the parade ring will upset him, won't it?
Chatham is the class horse of the Pipe lineup, but he's a horse who needs soft going to be seen at his best. Also, he's liable to make mistakes. At Cheltenham in the Gold Cup, he made a monumental blunder at the first fence, which would certainly have cost him dear over the Aintree fences.
Chatham, a little bit disappointing at Cheltenham, but on his best form he must have an outstanding chance.
Yes, on his first 2 runs, 4th in the Hennessy and 2nd to Judani in the Irish Hennessy. A very good run, but he didn't appreciate the ground, you said, at Cheltenham.
Yes, I think he would appreciate a little bit softer ground, and I suppose a little bit of rain wouldn't worry Riverside Boy.
No, we could certainly do with rain for all of them. Riverside, he's a great individual. He's only got 9 stone 13. He should run a big race.
The firm state of the ground has also been a worry for John Upson, the trainer of long-time Atty-Post favourite Zeta's Lad. Upson, a millionaire construction man, in only his 2nd year with a licence, trains on 400 acres of Northamptonshire countryside. Zeta's Lad has won all 5 races this season, including a famous battle for Allen's Steeplechase.
It's Ebony Jane being pressed all the time by Zeta's Lad on the near side. They're right still at Ebony Jane and Zeta's Lad, and on the run in, Ebony Jane on the far side, Zeta's Lad on the near side, and they're clear from the committee. And racing into the closing stages, Ebony Jane from Zeta's Lad finishing well on the near side. It's going to be close, but up the line, Ebony Jane and Zeta's Lad in a photo finish.
He's a horse that Skew took to straight away.
Right in, old man. Well, you seem a smashing old horse to ride. Nice and relaxed. It might be even good enough to get that Robbie Supple round Aintree. He hangs on to your mane long enough. Smashing old fella, aren't you, Dave?
It was Robbie Supple's mount upsides that was the high blower. The original target for Zeta's Lad was the Irish Grand National, but he was switched to Aintree when Nick the Brief went lame. Robbie Supple has a 100% completion record in the great race.
Obviously it's the Grand National, so you just can't go out there thinking you're going to win or anything like that. So no major worries, just I suppose the same as every other rider in the race, you know.
You must be going into the race with a lot of confidence. 5 wins behind him there.
I think so. I think if you're going to win a national, it's got to be your year. I don't think there's any such thing as like the favourite who's going to win it. I think it has to be your year, and I honestly believe it too.
And so too does the entire population of the hamlet of Adstone. The gallops at Lambourne are a different matter. They've seen plenty of winners over the years.
Racing towards the line of the turn, Party Politics from Romany King. Laura's Bowers moved into 3rd and racing up to the line. And Party Politics is going to win the 1992 Grand National.
Party Politics is surely the biggest Grand National winner of all time. At 18 hands, or 6 foot tall, he has a stride to match. His big problem has been his breathing. Before his last race, trainer Nick Gaisley had him fitted with a tube in his throat.
I think all the things with tubing is to get a horse to accept the tube, and there are two things he has to accept. One is the noise of the tube, and the other is to learn to breathe through it. The noise on this occasion we weren't so worried about, because after a horse has a tie-back operation, he makes a bit of a noise anyway. But the tube, as you know, does make a noise. But the other thing is to get them to accept it, to breathe through it, and I think he's done that.
And
very important.
Anything like rain or snow affect the tube?
Well, who knows? I mean, it was snowing a bit at Haydock. I think Charlie McCartan's been very clever. He's put the tube quite high up so that things don't automatically, you know, when you're racing, it's a wet day, go straight down it. But it's a thing you have to live with, Peter. I think it was a good performance at Haydock, and it was a good trial for Aintree. It proved he was back on song, and he's come out of the race well. He's bouncing, and he doesn't need a lot of work, even for a horse that's had all these wind problems. So we're hopeful of a good show.
It's 19 years since a horse won successive Grand Nationals, but party politics has enjoyed a perfect build-up. Perfect, but unusual. To keep any stable litter out of his tube, which is left open, he spends most of the day in a field. The gallops of trainer Nigel Twiston Davis at Naunton in Gloucestershire are almost adjacent to Peter Scudamore's home beyond the plough. It's been a fabulous year for the two men who are business partners. There have been 54 winners worth over £450,000. The elegant stable clock is a legacy of the Scottish Grand National, won by Captain Dibble. The reclusive Twiston Davis on the left is a man who believes in letting his horses do the talking. But there are one or two others who do know what's going on. Michael Scudamore, for one, not to mention his brother, the form expert Thomas. Captain Dibble's enjoyed remarkable success in just 2 seasons of steeplechasing. In his first season, he won the Scottish Grand National. This season, he's won the SGB Chase. As an 8-year-old, he's on the young side for the Grand National. But both in a race and in his work, he's a good professional. His regular workmate is the Cheltenham winner, Young Hustler. Above all, he's quite happy on fast ground.
He looks a really lovely, relaxed, easy goer.
Yeah, he's got a lovely outlook to life. The only problem with him sometimes, he's put Carl Llewellyn on the floor just walking down here. He'll whip round sometimes, but he's a lovely attitude to life, as you can see him stood here having a look around himself now.
Obviously, there's no problem with his stamina. What about the Aintree fences?
Well, he was hunted properly as a young horse, as a 4-year-old. His first owner, Rupert Macaulay, hunted him properly as a 4-year-old. When he first came here, we popped him over posts and rails, and he's always done it well. You know, you're always worried about going around Liverpool, but I see him jumping around as well as any.
That was Scu having a look at a few of the fancies this week, but of course in the end he chose Captain Dibble. Now before we go to our next race here, let's catch up on that Cup semi-final down at Wembley between the two Sheffields. Bob Wilson.
Well, a semi-final which could have been wrapped up by Sheffield Wednesday in the first half is still very much in the balance. There were goals in the first and the last minutes of that first half. Chris Waddle's terrific free kick for Wednesday and Alan Cork's equaliser on the interval for United. But it was Wednesday who were the dominant force for 45 minutes, with Chris Waddle brilliant and Paul Warhurst unlucky, Warhurst twice hitting the United woodwork. It's been a much more even second half, with Chris Waddle kept in check. Warhurst has gone off injured, replaced by David Hurst, who's just brought a great instinctive save from Alan Kelly. But the one worrying thing for Trevor Francis and Wednesday is that they aren't creating as many chances or as easily as they did early in the game. United are famous for their Dave Bassett-induced spirit. It looks as if it's taking them to extra time at least. We're 4 minutes away from it. United 1, Wednesday 1.
And of course, just to remind you, that'll go into extra time if it remains at 1-1, and you'll see highlights of that match on Match of the Day tonight. Rain's still coming down here a little bit at Aintree. We're moving towards the Grand National. We're an hour away from it now, but we've got one race to pack in before that. A mighty good race that is too. But you see the umbrellas up there, but huge crowds here today. And of course it's an oft-quoted fact that around about £75 million will change hands on the outcome of the big race here today. Still a few quid around in this country. And People enjoying it despite the rather inclement weather here, spitting with rain and high winds, and it's rather cold too. So we're all set for the next race then. It's the 255, the Martel Aintree Hurdle. Skoo goes in this one, and he's riding the champion hurdler. Peter O'Sullivan with the runners and riders.
Yes, winners of 44 races in this Martel Aintree Hurdle was number 1, Crowded House, ridden by Adrian Maguire. 2, Flown, Richard Dunwoody. 3, the current champion Granville Again, ridden by Peter Scudamore. 4, his full brother Morley Street, the champion of 1991, ridden by Graham Bradley. 5, Novello Allegro for Ireland, ridden by Charlie Swan. And 6 is Ruling, ridden by Peter Niven. Here's how they bet.
Well, the bookies are doing their best to lay this champion hurdler. Granville Again, it's 11 to 10 on at the moment, but is slightly easing from its original price. The Flown is 7 to 2 against, and Morley Street 13 to 2. Novello Allegro 9 to 1. Ruling 14 from 12s, and Crowded House, the outsider, 33 to 1.
Yes, and this is a race that Morley Street has won for the last 3 years, and here is his brother Granville Again, the reigning champion hurdle. What a feat by Martin Pipe to bring him back after a lengthy absence to win the hurdling crown. 11 to 10 from 5 to 6. I just have a feeling he'd had such a long rest from one race to the next that is this coming too quickly? We've seen it with Fragrant Dawn, Bill. Now, could this be the case? He's a bit short price, you know.
It could be very relevant with this horse because, as Martin said, he did what was for him an unheard of thing. He gave this horse a rest before Cheltenham to get him right back to his form, and it worked so well. I mean, the horse went up the hill at Cheltenham better than we've ever seen him win a race. So you would just have to think to yourself, well, it's 2 weeks. I wonder if that's long enough. He certainly looks happy himself there, doesn't he?
Of course, it's such a big prize that, you know, if a horse is fit and well and goes on the ground, you've got to go for it. And he does have a favourite's chance. All I'm saying is it's rather skinny to be laying a lot of money on, even though he looks to be head and shoulders above the rest and appears to be well in himself. There are just 1 or 2 niggling doubts on that score.
Yeah, I think to actually see him get beaten wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world, but like everyone else, we all hope he goes and wins in the style of a champion because he is, after all, the champion hurdler this year, and we want him to go out like one.
Yes, Martin himself fiercely defended his horses and anything you say about his yard. You know, he listens to every word. Anybody, oh, well, I hope that JCB manages to get out of the way. I expect the radio walkie-talkies between the racecourse management are going now. Of course, he's preparing the Melling Road for the Grand National itself. For some of the people here, they will be thinking of one race only today, but we're now on the Martel Aintree Hurdle. There they are preparing, they've put the cinders across there, and this is the first sign for a horse that's at all windy. When he crosses that Melling Road and the cinders come up under their chest, they think, oh, hello, this is different, I don't like this at all. But that's all to come. Now, here we have the full brother, of course, to Granville, Morley Street, reigning horse here, with 3 successive wins. And I think, Bill, that he didn't run a bad race in the champion hurdle. And
No.
although he finished a little way behind them at the death, he was bang there, you know, on their tails going to the last.
It certainly was a vast improvement on his previous couple of runs when he had this blood vessel problem. The horse looks in very good order. He's carrying quite a bit of condition for him. I think today's trip maybe just suits him better now. He's getting on a bit. He's 9-year-old. Graham Bradley have been holding up and trying to reduce him right at the death, and we could certainly see a much better run from him. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see both Paul brothers first and second.
And he has come in half a point, and he's been backed already in the earlier shows. I think that is relevant, that they are fancying him. In the murk. Now, this really is horrible here. The red and blue colours flown. Started favourite in the champion hurdle in the end, but disappointed. I mean, he had the ground going for him. It all looked as if it was Flown's year, but he never fired at Cheltenham.
Very disappointing. He didn't seem to be able to keep his position in the race. Where they just went a bit quick for him. I think he rather needs things to go his own way, and when he does get them his own way in the smaller field, I'm sure will suit him a lot better than the hurly-burly, the champion hurdle. I think when he gets up there and just is what I call sunning himself, enjoying himself a bit, he'd love this ground, he'd like the track, he may put on a better show, but certainly the champion hurdle was a big disappointment.
Well, let's have a look at the market, see if there are any clues there.
Well, Granville again is still 11-10 on, and it stays as favourite. Flown is 7-2 still. No change there either. But Morley Street has come in from 30-2 to 6-1. Ruling, that shaved off a point from 8s to 7s. And Ruling, I beg your pardon, Novello Allegro is 7-1 now. Made a mistake there. Ruling is 14-1 from 12s. Crowded House, 25-1 from 33-1.
And the one that's been backed is this one, Novello Allegro, 10s down to 7s in the colours of Rita Polly, a big, very enthusiastic Northern Irish family who've been into horses for many, many years. And this one, in my opinion, would have wanted a deluge, but obviously the Irish connections think not. But his best form has been on rain-softened ground.
Yes, what we know of him, he prefers rain-softened ground. Not to say he won't go just as well on good ground. He's a winner of this trip at Navan, and will obviously like the trip. He chased home Royal Derby in Ireland, and I think he could be certainly close enough. Whether he's really class enough against these horses, though, I just wonder.
Of course, if you take in Royal Derby's champion hurdle run where he finished second, that really does elevate it. But let's look at Ruling. A full horse here in the black colours. He ran diabolically at Cheltenham, but being an entire horse, they do become rather clever, Bill.
He's always rather had his own ideas about the job, and he's a pretty tough man to ride him. He certainly got it in Peter Niven, who gets on with him terribly well and has been placed in the champion hurdle on him, but he did certainly, for whatever reason, Ruling probably knows best, not put anything like a race in at Cheltenham and didn't do a tap. One thing was sure, he comes from Cheltenham to here pretty fresh enough, because he certainly didn't exert himself there.
Number 1 from Ireland, Crowded House. Barry Kelly trains this one, and it's got the blinds on for the first time, the old blinkers. And they say the first time the blinkers are put on, then that is the time to be backing a horse. Well, Crowded House has had some good form rather in the past, and he won very well on his debut. It was in a top event last season, but he again is a horse that's just slightly been diluted.
Yes, he's shown nothing in his last couple of runs, and I would be surprised to see. I think his price reflects his chances, 25-1 from 33-1, but that's about the best you could give for him.
Well, that is a move of 7 points in the market. Be interesting to see what tactics are like here, with so many of them liking to be held up. But Flown is going to make the running by the look of it, the way they're lining up. Dunwoody right on the other, though Flown isn't quite as keen as Woody. Let's join Peter.
Yes, they're officially under orders. The last race before the National, and they're running. Flown and Crowded House from Ruling, and Novello Allegro, Granville again, and then Granville's brother Morley Street. They come to the first of the 12 flights. Flown lands clear of Ruling. Then Crowded House, Granville again over on the far side. And the rain really driving across the course now as they jump the second in this Martel hurdle, with Flown taking him along at a very good pace from the current champion, Granville again. They swing out of the backstretch now for the first time, and they really are motoring too. Flown from Granville again and Ruling. Novello Allegro over on the far side, Crowded House and Morley Street the back marker. Flown, Granville again, Novello Allegro and Ruling. So Flown turns into the straight on this first circuit. 3 flights in the straight, and this will be the 3rd flight. Flown clear of Granville again, Ruling, Novello Allegro, Crowded House and Morley Street. Over the 4th, Flown clear of Granville again, Novello Allegro, Ruling, Crowded House and Morley Street. This will be the last next time round in the Martel hurdle. And Flown well clear of Granville again. As they come up to the winning post with another complete circuit, Flown has a good 10 to 12 length advantage over Granville again, then Ruling, Novello Allegro, Crowded House and Morley Street. Out into the country. Flown and Richard Dunwoody, who will shortly be riding, won't be gone long in the National. Leading the champion hurdler Granville again, Ruling next. Then Novello Allegro on the inside of Crowded House, and Granville Again's full brother Morley Street, the back marker. These two horses, Granville Again and Morley Street, they've earned £650,000 between them, and they've won 30 races between them. Flown, though, the clear leader as they come to the next. These 6 of the 12 flights. Jumps it a good 10 lengths clear of Granville Again, then Ruling, then Morley Street making a little progress now towards the outside of Ruling. Novello Allegro and Crowded House come next, and Flown jumps the 7th. A long way clear of Granville Again, Morley Street, Ruling, Crowded House and Novello Allegro. Richard Dunwoody out of picture at the moment. Is so far clear. There he is again as he jumps the 8th on Flown from Granville Again, with Morley Street going up on the outside of Granville. The two brothers matching strides. Novello Allegro made a mistake at that one. Racing round the home turn, Ruling beginning to get right into the picture now. Flown the leader from Ruling and Granville Again. Then Morley Street. Then Crowded House as they race to the next. And quite a long run to it. Flown the leader from Ruling. They're racing into the home turn now. Flown the leader from Ruling, then Granville Again and Morley Street, and Flown has really got them stretched as they come down towards the 3rd last. Flown from Ruling, Morley Street coming there on the near side, Granville Again on the far side. Flown now being tackled by Morley Street, who's been ridden very patiently by Graham Bradley. Flown lands from Morley Street 2nd. Morley Street has won here at Liverpool for the last 4 years. Is he going to make it 5 on National Day? Flown from Morley Street, travelling well on his outside. Then his brother Granville Again in 3rd over the final flight. Flown a magnificent jump, but Morley Street has come to tackle him. Granville Again comes next, and then Ruling. They're racing into the closing stages. Flown under pressure. Morley Street on the near side. Granville Again coming to tackle them. It's the two brothers now. Morley Street sprints clear from Granville Again. Morley Street has won it. Granville Again is 2nd. Flown 3rd and 4 Ruling. And so the two brothers, the two famous brothers, finished 1-2. A magnificently ridden race by Graham Bradley. And Morley Street has now won for the 5th time in succession on Grand National Day, and he's won this Martel Aintree hurdle for the 4th successive time. 19 out of 32 for this amazing horse. He went off at 6-1. The result once again, first number 4, Morley Street, owned by Michael Jackson Bloodstock Limited, trained by Toby Balding and ridden by Graham Bradley. Second was number 3, Granville Again, owned by Mr. Eric Scarf, trained by Martin Pipe and ridden by Peter Scudamore. And third, number 2 Flown, owned by Mr. Edward P. Winfield, trained by Nicky Henderson and ridden by Richard Dunwoody. Fourth was number 6 Ruling. Well, what a curtain raiser to the Grand National.
And this Graham Bradley has been cheekier than Frank Carson. Just watch him on Morley Street on the outside, going well. The two brothers, they're in behind Flown. Granville Again on the inside, Skew waiting. Morley Street and Brad waiting, Ruling back in 4th. Poor old Woody up front on Flown, doing all the donkey work there. But just look at Morley Street, going for his 4th successive win in this. And Bradley is sitting, gets a good jump there, puts him in the right position to pounce. What he doesn't know at this time is that Skew has switched Granville Again and is mounting a challenge on his outside. Brad is still looking, he's laughing at Woody, and in a minute, now look, he suddenly realises that there is a big challenge. But Morley Street, coming back from Cheltenham where he did run a good race, just pulls out that little bit. This has been artistry. It reminds me of Frankham at his very coolest during his distinguished career. So as they come into this hallowed enclosure here, Morley Street, that will give Toby Balding a big boost for his national runners. And Brad, well, it's his 2nd winner at the meeting here. He's one of the leading long-serving jockeys. He's an artist in the saddle, and they all love to see him ride. But that was cheeky. He rode absolutely to orders and executed it well. Look at the lad leading him in exactly the same colours as the owner's colours here, Michael Jackson Bloodstock. And those of us who thought Morley had gone the light of yesteryear were wrong. He's back here. SPs to follow.
First number 4, Morley Street, 6-1. Second number 3, Granville again, 11-10 on favourite. And a photo, as you see, between numbers 2 and 6, only of academic interest because only 6 ran.
Well, that was certainly a great race. The story from Wembley is that Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United are into extra time. It was 1-1 at the end of normal time, and they play extra time straight away these days in the semi-final, so that match is going on, and of course we'll keep you posted on that. But now let's enjoy the build-up to the 1993 Martel Grand National. Well, let's remind you of the course, re-familiarise you with it, really. And let's go down to the start and give you a look round. It's, of course, the longest and most arduous race of all. Getting 40 or so horses started is never easy. There are actually 39 today because Just So was a withdrawal earlier. They then have a long run across the Melling Road before encountering the first fence. There hasn't been more than one casualty there in recent years, but some years, and 1982 stands out, there's been chaos at the first. That year, you might recall, nearly a quarter of the field went down, including Aldeniti, the famous winner of the previous year. Then we go down the course. Features Brook is fence 6. Although it's been somewhat modified in recent years, it's still a daunting obstacle, although thankfully it's not now possible for a horse to get stuck in the ditch. Features Brook. Fence 7 is where there was mayhem in the 1967 National on the second circuit. A riderless horse, appropriately named Popham Down, ran across the field, bringing it to a virtual standstill. And jockey Johnny Buckingham was far enough back on the 100-to-1 shot Foyne-Avon to plan his avoiding strategy carefully. He went on, of course, for a famous win. Fence 8 is where the horses do a 90-degree left turn. They can lose a lot of ground by going too wide there. It's the canal turn, of course. The next is Valentine's Brook, not quite so feared as Features, named after an Irish horse of the last century there. There's a long left-hand sweep of the course after fence 12. Fence 15 is the chair. Many riders think of this as perhaps the most formidable of all. There's a big ditch on the takeoff side there. The horse is here travelling from left to right in your picture, and at this stage the action is right in front of the grandstands, and a great cheer goes up when the horses go over that one. If they get over it, it's a good job done, because like the water jump that follows, there it is, they have to be negotiated only once, those two fences, and this is where riders, if they're going well after that circuit, now feel they've got a real chance of winning the race. Then, of course, it's off for the second circuit. There are 30 obstacles in all, remember, but once over the last, the race has still to be won. That long run-in past the elbow has deprived so many of famous victories, not least Richard Pittman on Crisp in 1973 and his son Mark on Garrison Savannah 2 years ago, and they, of course, go in the race once again today. Well, now the complete check on your colours, jockeys and betting for the big race. Well, there we are, all 39 runners, and by now I expect you'll have made your choice. But now let's enjoy some of the build-up activity with Bill Smith and Richard Pittman.
Yes, Bill is on his roving camera down in the saddling boxes. This is where the action is taking place, and I can tell you from my little bird's eye view, the boys in the weighing room are just starting to get jittery now. But Bill Smith is down in the saddling boxes. I can't actually see him at this moment, but I'm sure that he's collared one of the nervy connections down there.
Well, Richard, I can tell you one thing. It's warmer sitting up there with you than it is down here, but hopefully it's going to clear up a little bit and things look a bit better. We're just watching Zita's lad being saddled up here. Everything's gone fine. John Upson, the trainer's here. John, you're quite happy?
Yeah, happy enough.
There's nothing else for you to do now.
Take the trophy.
You say it looks in good order. Everything's gone well for you.
I can't complain. Everything's gone right.
Yeah? Well, your job as a trainer's over now. It's just down to the jockey.
You get it right, definitely.
Well done. Good luck to you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Back to you, Pip.
Well, that's amazing. A very confident man. But back in the jockey's room, Rod Fabricius, who is the acting clerk of the course, is actually giving the jocks their instructions.
Separate circles, and we would like the 5th and 6th to come down to the winners' enclosure after the race. So 2 simple messages. On the course, we'll parade you in 2 circles before winding you up behind red run to go down the course. And 5th and 6th to come down to the winners' enclosure. Best of luck.
Well, all the years I rode in it, we never listened to a single instruction. It's every man for himself. Marry up with your horse, man and beast against the world here today. So any instructions from Rod Fabricius will be long forgotten by the time those tapes go up. Bill Smith back down in the saddling box.
Down here we're getting knocked everywhere. Toby Borden is saddling up Romany King. Toby, everything going all right?
Yeah, fine, Bill. Horse is in good nick. The rain's come too late, but there you are. That's as it goes.
Quite happy.
As you can see, he's not a warrior. Takes it all in his particular stride. It's only the trainer that gets upset.
You're not. Takes a bit of worrying to get you going.
Oh, I don't believe it.
How about your other runner, Farm Week? How's he?
He's gone out of here happy and well. Hope he gives Simon a real good ride. And the other got 3 to go.
He's not that big, Toby.
No, but he's a superb little athlete. You know, he really knows how to use himself, and he's got a great sense of self-preservation. And that's really what you need around here. And then a great dose of luck.
Oh.
You've had all of that, he's going to run a big one.
You've had a bit of luck with Morris. Well done with that. Let's hope it carries on for you.
Better. We've had a balding treble on. First grandchild this morning. Ian won with spinning, and I've won with Morley Street. So,
the Baldings are really informed then.
We've probably had our share of that time.
Okay, well, well done, Grandad.
Anyway, he's going to have a great time. Thanks.
Good luck.
And the mother of that child this morning will be no less than Serena, Toby's daughter, married to Jonathan Geek, his assistant trainer. So well done to the family. They're in excellent fettle. Everything's going right for them. Now, this is a time when nothing can get in the way of your tunnel vision. The lads will try to be like Linford Christie was before the Olympics. Think there is Philip Hobbs standing on the scales, Mark Pittman just coming through. I just saw him drinking a glucose solution. And Bill Smith, again, with connections down in the saddling boxes.
Well, Richard, now we've got was unfairly called the alphabet horse, and Rod Simpson
coming through. I just saw him drinking a glucose solution. And Bill Smith, again, with connections down in the saddling boxes.
Well, Richard, now we've got was unfairly called the alphabet horse, and Rod Simpson, the trainer. I don't know who's more relaxed, Rod, you or him?
He's definitely more relaxed. If we all went away now and came back after the race, he'll still be stood here waiting for us.
You might just sort of pull up Grace for a bit and join in second time round, do you think?
No, I tell you what, no, he's created now quite a big thing, because where everybody's looking to back the winner, they're all looking to back this horse to just get round one circuit, and I think that's incredible. So we're really geeing him up now, as you can see. We're winding him up, and we're getting ready for the big occasion.
Have the jockeys relaxed as you, is he?
The jockey's actually probably more laid back than I am.
That must take some
No,
doing.
he's on the bed.
Well, let's hope he gets up in time.
No, it's certainly a nice safe journey, and all the other horses in the race, that's all we're really interested in, and this horse will give a good account of himself. But as you see, I just don't know whether he's with it.
He certainly does look at peace with the world.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Rob. Good luck.
That is an amazing old horse. He refused only a couple of days ago. Coming through them, we had Brian Clifford. There's Skew, Graham McCourt, Neil Doughty, Oz. They're all coming out now. Russ Garrity, the Stars Bonanza Boy, and Simon McNeil making the sign of the cross. There we have Judy Davis, the only lady rider in the race. Simon Hodgson. They're all here today. This is what it's all about. Andy Orkney, the optician. Look at the diamond of Dean Gallagher there. Paul Holly, Kenny Johnson, Philip Hobbs, Johnny Bradburn, the solicitor, Mark Perrott, Adrian Maguire, his first national, Lorcan Wire, Peter Niven. Then we have, coming out, we had Tim Jarvis, Graham Welcome and his wife Leslie coming through, and Arnie, one of the valets. You can't keep him quiet, works very hard behind the scenes. But it's interesting to see the different facial expressions. Here, Marcus Armitage, he's won it before, and Jimmy Fitzgerald, the trainer. So it's all about to happen. The lads hate all this build-up. All they want to do is get out there. Dunwoody, smiling, he's not had a great week, but he's hoping for a big one today. The rain may just be making some sort of impression, but it has come basically too late for those who like it. Here is Garrison Savannah getting a pat, very relaxed. He's been here before, and it'll be interesting to see how he takes to it a second time. Sometimes horses don't like it when they come back here. Others revel in it, as we saw with Red Rum, and many others, I hasten to add. Garrison Savannah, whose preparation has been so much better this time. He's been uninterrupted with lameness that dogged him before. A lot of acupuncture in order to get him here 2 years ago. This time, Johnny Pittman's been able to keep him sound, and he has been running well. In the Gold Cup, he ran a superb race, and but for a mistake 4 out, would have been snapping at their heels. Party politics, big fellow. He'll have that tube in his throat. You can just see the bulge in the front of his throat there. It has a little stopcock in it, which they take out for galloping and also for the race. And the reason for this is that he's had throatal problems all his life, had 2 operations there, and this is bypassing his throat. He gets his big lungs filled with air, and he can give his best. 9-to-1 shot, and Carl Llewellyn has the ride. I met Carl's parents and his sister just before racing. I think they were more nervous than the jockey is. But this is an occasion where we all get involved. Number 5. Here we have Carl Villahow from Ireland. When you see jockey Charlie Swan on board, this one will be carrying the pink and cherry hearts of American Mrs. Miles Valentine. 25-to-1 shot at the moment, and does have very good form. The cut in the ground that's coming may just help him. We get so many horses in the paddock that they have to go round in 2 circles here in order to stop bunching up. The FA Cup semi-final, current score, Sheffield United 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2. Number 7 here, Romany King. New owner, Swatchenbacher. Last year the winner was bought prior to the race. This time this is the biggest change amongst ownership. 9-to-1, and Toby Balding the trainer. Bill, he is a nice loose action horse.
He is, as his trainer said, he's an athlete. So quite surprised I stood next to him. He's not terribly tall, but you can see he's a pretty solid, bit of an old-fashioned sort, and he's certainly proved he can jump around here anyway.
And we must just commiserate with Julian Wilson, the BBC's racing correspondent, sadly struck down by the flu yesterday and having to miss this greatest of all occasions. Jules, I just hope that you're enjoying it. You're well enough and got your eyes open to enjoy this part of it, but I know you love to be here in the thick of it. 14. Now here's a horse that's been around here lots of times. Bonanza Boy, Simon McNeil gets the call, 50-to-1 shot. I can't help thinking, Bill, his best years are behind him, but his owners are so enthusiastic.
I think he's a great old boy. He always amazed me the first time he jumped around here. I never thought he'd jump around here, and he's been around here. I think it's about his 5th national. Ground won't be soft enough for him, but one thing you can guarantee, you can have a good ride round.
If he does win, though, Angie Dunster, his part owner, will absolutely demolish Des. I mean, he'll have a job to keep her in check. Number 1 is the Slovakian horse, Quirinus. As his jockey told you, he's got no possible chance because he's not handicapped. and it's a great sporting venture. Perhaps next year when he's handicapped, we might see a bolder show.
It is a shame he's got to carry compulsory top weight in this race for not having run in England 3 times. He's certainly one thing for sure. He and his jockey have got every bit of bravery you need for this course, because to go around that part of Beachy, you need to have some kind of courage. Quite impatient, isn't he?
Wants to get on with the job. The grey that went through was Stay on Tracks. And very familiar, the favourite, Zeta's Lad, Robbie Supple. I've never known a trainer so confident as John Upson when you interviewed him, Bill, down in the saddling boxes. A class horse, unbeaten in 5 runs, and when I put this to him, that winning runs have to come to an end sooner or later, he said, but the horse can't count. He doesn't know he's won 5.
He's a pretty class act himself, John Upson. He was as relaxed as could be. You wouldn't think he was saddling the favourite for the National. It was 7 to 1 from 8 to 1 now. This horse looked a picture, absolute picture, that he's being saddled. Wonderfully calm, I say, he must get it off his trainer.
His jockey has ridden over the road, finished 4th in 91 and 6th last year. So Robbie Supple in his 3rd ride in the race. Going through there was Dean Gallagher, Ronison's Jewels, and then the very familiar colours, Martin Foster on Paco's Boy, Stay on Tracks coming through. Then we've got the braces of David's Dukey, Martin Brennan. Peter Skew going through, Captain Dibble. Won't be gone long, and Woody on board. He could do with a change of luck. Then we have got the Direct, Peter Niven coming towards us. He likes soft ground. Does the rain come in time? I can't see it changing the ground very much. And they're all very calm, Direct. We wouldn't think he knew he was here.
No, I tell you what, though, it's one thing for sure. It is cold and windy out there. Riverside Boy. Well, this horse certainly will get the trip. He's bred for it. He comes from a great family, the old Edward Courage breeding of Spanish Steps, and that tremendous Grand National family. This horse comes from them, and he'll have no problem in getting the trip. Winner over 4 1/4 miles.
And he's owned by the youngest owner in the race day, Miss Helen Bisgrove, and she'll be enjoying herself. Let's have a look at the market.
Well, Zeta's Lad is the favourite, clear favourite, 7 to 1. Captain Dibble and Royal Athlete, as well as Romany King, 8 to 1. Party Politics, 9 to 1. Garrison Savannah has come in from 11s to 10 to 1. Bit of money there. What won't be gone long is 16s on 18 to 1 from 22 to 1. On the other hand, Laura's Bow is 20 to 1 going out, is 25 to 1 bar 9.
They start to move off. There are 12 jockeys having their first rides in the race today. It looks as if Senator Snugfit is leading the lap. Peter Hobbsy, who's having a belated first ride because he's 31 years of age. Joyful Noise and Tim Jarvis. Zeta's Lad not far away from them. Zeta's Lad, who is a good-looking horse, stays forever, goes on the ground. Just wonder if it's starting to get a little bit slippy with this rain that's descending on the place now. The Gooser is a little way back in 4th place. The Gooser from Paddy Mullins' yard. That one in the mauvish colours, followed by Interim Blib in the cross belts there. That's Johnny Bradburn, the solicitor. He'd be the oldest rider in the race. And Corinus is next in the parade with the red cap is Give Us a Buck. Give Us a Buck and Paul Holly with those big blinkers, followed by New Mill House from Ireland. Trevor Horgan rides. Royal Speedmaster, the bottom one, John Durkin, is in the brown colours, and Mr. Ed, the talking horse, Derek Morris, followed by McManus's colours, Connor O'Dwyer there, Laura's Bow third last year, Leighton Talent, and Christopher Heath's colours, Osborne on board, followed by Royal Athlete and Bender Hahn, after him, Shaw Metal, Seamus O'Neill, Mark Pittman on Garrison Savannah, second 2 years ago, followed by Judy Davis, the only lady in the race. And I can tell you, that little smile has gone from her face, but no, it's just starting to etch back, but she'll be thinking what it's all about. Nos Naguiha and Russ Garrity, followed by Lorcan Wire on Kildimo. The Hearts of Charlie Swan, Caravella Howe, followed by Zeta's Son, is it? Or is it Roman King? It's Zeta's Lad. Zeta's Lad, in fact, followed by Party Politics, Simon Hodgson going through the picture. And then we have got the Refuser, Tar Kogan's Best. Romney King just coming through, Adrian McGuire. Chris Feathers, colours, Travel Over, Marcus Armitage. Andy Orkney on the grey. Andy on Howe Street, followed by Escher Nest, John White, John, who's got a good record round here, and the smiling Dean Gallagher on Rowlandson's Jules, he could have a good ride. Neil Doughty got the best record in this race of currently riders on the other hand, followed by the other grey Stay on Tracks, Kenny Johnson, David's Dukey and Martin Brennan. He's got the biggest smile, so there's no pressure on him. Captain Dibble and Peter Skew, it's his 13th ride. He's not superstitious. Rock de Prance, the second colours, Graham McCourt. This is David Thompson. And won't be gone long. Robert Wadey, Cohen's colours, Dunwoody on board. Nick Henderson just behind him. Direct from John Edwards' yard. He'd like a bit more rain. He'd wanted it 2 days ago. Then Chatham and Jonathan Lower. He says to his girlfriend Rue, I believe what I tell you. What he's told me, what he told her, he wouldn't tell me. Paco's Boy, bought yesterday by Malcolm Jones, and Martin Foster has the ride here. Bonanza Boy and Simon McNeil, good jockey, really going places now. After him, a Riverside Boy, led up by two handlers. He's a funny old horse, and he tends to take off. Things come into his mind every now and again, but as Bill said, great family he's come from, and he's going at last. Martin Pike, the trainer, just in front of him. So that is every single one of the 39 runners. To remind you, Just So does not run in this race. We have eyes all over the place here today. There are cameras in fences, down by the side of fences, on top of fences, in the helicopter where we're looking from now, and this the time when they'll be assembling to get into order. Bill, this, for the jockey, is the time they want to get over with. They just want to now be man and horse.
It's the one time you've got away from the owners, the trainers. The lad probably still giving you some advice, but this is your chance to just settle down and relax a little bit. Right now you're being told where to get in order, going around in this conga dance.
Chatham, there, Jonathan Lower. He's been the stand-in jockey at Martin Pike's for so long. Class horse, will he jump round? It's a nice flat course which will suit him. His class cannot be doubted. He's got plenty of weight here, but then he's earned it from his runs previously. His runs against the likes of Jadami have put him up with the best of them. 11-7. Rock de Prance going through. He's now with Martin Pike. Mark Pittman and Garrison, very, very relaxed. Here is Party Politics. Will we see his big tube as he goes past? No, he's just got his head tucked in there. Card Villahouse, robbed of that whitbread. Skew on Captain Dibble. Then Romany King. Coming through, Royal Athlete. Third in the Gold Cup, Bonanza Boy. Sure Metal. This horse will lead over the first. There is no doubt about that. Royal Athlete, a horse that we haven't seen close up before. Remember, something to remember here is that Mark chose this horse a few years ago in the Sunderland Chase at Cheltenham, discarding Garrison Savannah. This fella came down the hill and fell, and Garrison went on to win under Ben DeHaan. Could this be a reversal?
Could be an extraordinary event if that was to happen today. I think this horse has an outstanding chance. Just would like a little more rain, and just really, as we've said so many times, would like 3 weeks instead of 2, but he looks absolute picture there, and he ran a marvellous race in the Gold Cup.
10 is Joyful Noise, good horse formerly in Ireland, hasn't quite recaptured his form here. Alan Jarvis back training after a few years on the sidelines. 150-1, his son Tim has the ride, but he's got to find a bit, Bill.
Yes, I think he would have a little bit to do to be successful today. We'd say good horse in Ireland.
And here is 28-year-old Red Run, still looking great, a little bit hairy, but just think he was very ill 12 months ago. But here he is back in the place that he deserves to be in. And Red Run, I'm sure, Bill, when he gets out there, that he'll jump and kick and turn himself inside out.
He will. He's amazing. 28 years old. It's a good age for any horse. Never mind you think of the miles this horse has done on a racecourse.
And I'll guarantee he will know where he is. Here's Kildimo, Sue and Harvey Smith's horse going through. Quirinus, the top one, came through. Laura's Bow going away from us. J.P. McManus's. They've been backing this, but he's got no form. He pulled up last time, showed nothing. And though he was third last year, since then he's gone backwards.
Yeah, ground apart, I was still fancying though. Just could do with a bit more cut in the ground. Winner of the Midlands Grand National last year. Third in the Grand National proper last year. This horse has all the credentials. just would have liked a little better ground, and as you see there, he doesn't have any form at all. He's 20 to 1 from 16 to 1, so he's lacking a bit of support close to the race comes.
Conor O'Dwyer on the blinkered runner, and Frank Berry, the former Irish champion, is his trainer. He'd be a very popular winner. There was a lovely shot of Graham McCourt laughing just now because he, of course, is on Rock de France. The reason he's laughing is that he's not on Sure Metal, the horse going through. Captain Dibble, and this is Nigel Twiston Davies' hope of really topping a great, great season. The parade is about to get underway, and this is where the boys will want to get on with a job. So up at the head of the parade with the bugles giving a fanfare, the man who should be there, Red Rum, at the head of the parade. Korinus, the Slovakian horse, he's brave, but he just is weighted out of it today. After him, Garrison Savannah, Mark Pittman, can he put that good run 2 years ago behind him this time? Then Chatham and Jonathan Lower, his wishes are with Rue. After him, Party Politics, the victor of 12 months ago. Isn't he big? And he's getting warm. Carvilla Howe should follow. He's in the Cherry Heart. Most people wolf whistle at Charlie Swan. He's a dream boy over in Ireland. They all love him anyway. Captain Dibble and Skew, his 13th ride. He's looking relaxed. How often do you see Skew laugh? As often as Lester Piggott, but he knows the angle for the camera shots these days. Romney King, and there's little Thomas Scudable looking at his father. Romney King, Adrian Maguire, his first ride in this big event. Royal Athlete and Ben DeHaan, he's a veteran, he's won it on Corbière. The horse looks in great fettle. Zeta's Lad after him, Robbie Supple, his third ride in the race. This is the favourite, and the money's still pouring on him. Joyful Noise, he's relaxed. Will he recapture the old form? Alan Jarvis needs this one to boost his career. From Ireland, Laura's Bow, third last year. He'll want a lot more rain yet, but there's been money for him. The second colours then of Rock de France, Mrs. Pat Thompson. She's also got Party Politics in the race. McCourt on board, Martin Pipe trains. Riverside Boy, still being led up by two people, but he's very relaxed. Helen Bisgrove's colours on board Pellet. Bonanza Boy, Steve Dunster's horse here. He'll pop round for fun. I can't see him being good enough now. Sure Metal, he is still on his toes. He is explosive to give Simon Seamus only a great thrill early on. The committee from Ireland, Norman Williamson, riding for Homer Scott. Homer's quietly confident of the big run. And the Gooser following him. Another from Ireland, Kevin O'Brien, Paddy Mullins trains. The Gooser is an in-and-out performer. Will he be in today? Latent Talent from Simon Sherwood's yard, Jamie Osborne. He's a good jockey, Oz, and the big occasion won't be getting to him. Rowlandson's Jewels, Dean Gallagher. This fellow likes the top of the ground. I don't think the rain will have spoilt his chances. He's been knocking on the door for a big one. Ankil Daimo, I thought his chance was a year ago. Harvey Smith tells me Sue has got his blood just right. He's ready to go. Lorcan Wire on board. Newmort Millhouse from Ireland, Arthur Moore's stable. His best form was last time, second. Trevor Horgan rides, another first-timer. House Street, the Grey, Andy Orkney, again having his first ride. People will fall in love with him if he wins. They love a Grey. David's Dukey, Martin Brennan rides for John White. John White, a trainer who is going places. Woody on Won't Be Gone Long. This horse has only had 2 runs. He'll be fresh for the race they've trained him for it. Escher Nest, Jenny Pittman's third runner. She warned us, warned Des, don't rule him out. John White has got a great record in this race. On the other hand, Neil Doughty, a veteran of Grand Nationals, he's won it on Hello Dandy. Travel over the amateur, Marcus Armitage, another previous winner. He won on Mr. Frisk, another front runner, hard puller. Give Us a Buck, Paul Holly, again a front runner, big blinkers, bandaged all round in case he drags his hind legs through the spruce fences. Nos Nguiha only ran round these fences 2 days ago. Paul Green could be in for a pleasant surprise here. Peter Easterby, the trainer, Russ Garrity rides, his first ride. Stay on Track, Kenny Johnson, the other grey. Kenny's been round before. Stay on Tracks didn't stay last year, but ran a good race, didn't quite see it out. Paco's boy, Malcolm Jones, Chris Fleet bought this one yesterday for a bit of crack. Well, can a bit of old-fashioned crack come out as victory. I doubt it, but I wish him luck. Martin Foster having his first ride. Judy Davis, the only lady, having her first ride. Wish her luck. He's got to come back to his best. Senator Snugfit, Peter Hobbs having his first ride, and after him, Mr. Ed Derek Morris has been round before. Just mentioned Derek Morris. After him will be Tark Hogan's best. They're just coming round as Tark Hogan refused 2 days ago. Can't see him getting into it today. Farm Week, another grey there. Simon Hodgson having his first ride. Interim Live and Johnny Bradburn been there before. And we saw all but two. Direct will be going through the picture next. Peter Niven and then Royal Speedmaster. So that is the complete 39-horse lineup for the Martel Grand National. Let's have a look at the market.
And Zita's Lad is still the favourite. In fact, is lopped off a point from 7 to 1, previous price to 6 to 1. A Royal Athlete and Romney King are on 8 to 1. Captain Dibble and Party Politics 9 to 1. Garrison Savannah also got in a point from 11 to 10. 16 to 1 is won't be long gone or gone long. On the other hand is 18 and Laura's Bow 20 to 1. 25 to 1 bar.
Now, our commentators for the great race are John Hanmer, Jim McGrath, and of course, Peter O'Sullivan.
So, milling round at the start now. That's Farm Week. Having a look at the first with Tark Hogan's on the near side. Tark Hogan's best. And coming up to have a look at it, the Gooser. Give Us a Buck, Riverside Boy. Or just leaving it, I should say, after having had a look at it. That's Direct. Direct is rider Peter Nivens putting up 3 pound overweight. There are several overweights. Interim Lib has got 4 over. Farm Week 1 pound over. That is Direct we're looking at now. Travel Over's 2 pound over. Won't be gone long. 1 pound over for Richard Dunwoody. Coming towards us there is Royal Steedmaster with Mr. John Durkin putting up 5 pound overweight. He's got the Briscoe there. Royal Speedmaster. And other overweights, Rock de Prince, he's got 6 pounds overweight. That's Paco's Boy walking right. This is Garrison Savannah. The previous runner-up. Stay on Tracks, the grey there. Travel Over with the braces. And that's the Slovak horse, ridden by the champion of Slovakia. Jaroslav Breka, Chico as he's nicknamed, on Quirinus. 11-year-old. Won 4 of his 9 races, his last 9 races. Paco's Boy, one of the lightweights and one of the Martin Pipe team. The Goose are walking right there, the purple colours. Paco's Boy with that inverted triangle. That's Formula 1, and the youngest rider in the race, Judy Davis, 22 years old. He's a winner of 3 of his 20 races. Formula 1. The rain really lashing down on these 39 runners now. That's Zita's Lad, the favourite. Robbie Supple, riding in his 3rd national, 26 years old. And Zita's Lad, winner of 15 of his 35 races, seeing these fences for the first time. That's Mr. Ed, the Midlands National winner, going right. Howe Street is the grey, just occupying centre screen with Nosnaguia on his far side. Howe Street and 31-year-old Andy Orkney having his 3rd ride. That's Nosnaguia. This is Quirinus again. Quirinus being followed by Laura's Bow, who was 3rd last year. Nearest to us is Leighton Talent with Paco's Boy. That's Joyful Noise, the striped colours. Tark Hogan's best again. Rock de Prince, the 2nd colours of his owner, first carried by Party Politics, of course. That's Echoness in those checks. And then Zita's Lad once again, also check colours. David's Dukey. Applause, you hear it in the background for Red Rum as he walks back past the stand. Judy Davis there. Just being led rather reluctantly, I would say, out of the limelight because he just loves it. There he goes. The only 3 times Grand National winner, 28 years young he is at the moment. And he looks so fresh and young, who knows how many more times he'll lead the parade for this historic horse race. Keith Brown, who will be starting his last national, assisted there by Simon Morant, and just ahead of Simon is Jerry Scott, also assisting him. Jerry, who rode the first TV national winner, Merriman, back in 1960. That's Garrison Savannah and Mark Pittman, the Czechs of Give Us a Buck. Riverside Boy, the 13th. Chatham on the left of Garrison Savannah. There's Party Politics, last year's winner. And Carl Llewellyn, who broke a collarbone at Cheltenham, only just got fit in time. Declan Murphy standing by to ride this horse, but Carl made it all right and had a marvellous comeback ride on a winner too. You see his tube there, but it's high up in his neck, so hopefully this nasty wind and driving rain will not affect him. There's Romany King on the left there, on the left of Party Politics in the diamonds. Adrian Maguire, the stripes there, Joyful Noise, Tim Jarvis having his first ride, 28 years old. Adrian Maguire, come to that, is having his first ride in the race. Several first-time riders, including Martin Foster on Packo's Boy, Judy Davis, of course, on Formula One, Brian Clifford on Tarkogan's Best, and Simon Hodgson on Farm Week.
And Zeta's Lad, 7-to-1 favourite, though it's gone out just a little. Romany King, 8-to-1, same price, Party Politics. A Royal Athlete and Garrison Savannah are on 9-to-1. Garrison Savannah dropping a point from 10. Captain Dibble is 10-to-1. 16-to-1 won't be gone long, and 18-to-1 on the other hand. Laura's Bow is 20-to-1 still, 25-to-1 bar.
And still milling round. There's Formula One and Judy Davis again, the committee walking in front of her. Judy very composed before this major test. And she's walking behind the senior rider in the race, interim Libs rider, who's 47. Mr. Johnny Bradburn having his second ride in the race and incidentally putting up 4 pound over it. That's him on the far side in the cross belts there. The blue colours of the cross belts. Number 38. This is he we're looking at. Interim Lib, who was run already this week. Completed in the Fox Hunters, having finished 4th in the John Hughes Memorial in 92 and also 4th in the Beaches in 92. So he knows his way around all right. Brendan Powell, one of the jocks who's sidelined with Steve Smith-Eccles next door to him, studying the TV screen. Brendan, who won this race, of course, on Rhyme and Reason. And he's seeing Peter Skew walking right there on Captain Dibble, followed by Royal Athlete there, then Interim Lib once again. Then nearest to us is New Mill House. On the far side of New Mill House, Royal Athlete to the left there. Shaw Metal in those diamonds, Rock de France. That's Mr. Ed walking right, the Midlands national winner. 15-length winner of the Midlands National. He fell at the 22nd in the National in 92. It was his second ride for 30-year-old Derek Morris, who partnered him to win the Midlands National. There's Bonanza Boy, one of the seniors. Old Bonanza, 12-year-old. Fourth ride for 37-year-old Simon McNeil. Winner of 14 of his 47 races, Bonanza Boy. Give us a buck with the Diamonds. Give us a buck. And 27-year-old Paul Holly having his second ride in the race. 16-1 from 25-1. Give us a buck. Trained by David Ellsworth, who won it in 88 with Rhyme and Reason. Paul Holly, one of the tallest riders. Probably the tallest rider in the race too. He's already ridden the winner at the meeting. Ritz Club Charity Trophy, wide open still, with Graham Bradley just having joined Neil Doughty with 2 winners apiece, and a lot of signals with places as well, which of course qualifies them for the point system of the trophy. There is Quirinus, the Slovak horse, followed by one of the Gordon Richards horse. On the other hand, Gordon's won it twice in 78 and 84, and Neil Doughty having his 10th ride in the race, 35-year-old Neil, who won it in 1984. Carl Villahour, and there's distinct colours, the hearts there of Mrs. Miles Valentine. That's Charlie Swan, having his 4th ride in the race. He's only 25 years old. Carl Villahour, trained by Mouse Morris in Ireland. Zita's Lad, just out of point, to 7-1. Romany King in a point to 7-1. Party Politics shortened to 8-1. Royal Athlete 9-1. Garrison Savannah on the same mark, and 10s bar those 5. As we're about a minute away from post time for the 1993 National. And Zita's Lad, the favourite over on the far side. The Goosa, the purple colours. The Goosa, one of the challengers from Ireland. And Romany King and Adrian Maguire, 21 years old, having his first ride in the race. Lately purchased by a Swiss banker, Mr. Urs Schwarzenbach, who can't be here today. He's detained by business, but his wife Francesca is here to represent him and to receive the trophy if that occasion arises. Toby Balding, his trainer, successful in 69 and 89, and they're being called in now, and the most famous steeplechase in the world will shortly be on its way. Keith Brown up on his rostrum for the last time to start his last Grand National. Carl Villahour is just turning a bit. An appeal by Charlie Swan as he looks for a place to get in. And they're just going to be held up a little bit by the look of it, the start just being very temporarily delayed, and the majority just backing off the tape to keep their partners relaxed. Still 1 and 2 out of the back. Carl Villahour, he was a little restless at Cheltenham before he jumped off. Direct is also just waiting in rear, and Royal Speedmaster. Chatham is out of the back as well, and Riverside Boy, and then they're all coming off the tape again. There's Romany King with Escherness to the left. Romany King now has replaced Zita's Lad. Young Adrian Maguire already established a tremendous following. Has written over 100 winners this season. On the Gold Cup last season. No Snaguiha in the centre there, running for the second time this week. He was in such, usually a horse will go off his feet a little bit after a race, but he was in such sparkling form after his run that he shouted for another bowl after he'd been fed. Really licked out his manger, clearly thoroughly enjoyed himself. Rowlandson's Jewels there, the sheepskin noseband. Light colours and the dark diamond. There's Laura's Bow, last year's third, and Conor O'Dwyer, having only his second ride, 26-year-old Conor O'Dwyer had a great ride on this horse last year, on whom he also won the Midlands National. Romany King, 7-1, and Party Politics down to 7-1 to join him, last year's winner. Zeta's Lad out to 8-1. Royal Athlete 9-1, Garrison Savannah on the same mark, and Tens Barthos 5. Stay on tracks, that grey. Walking right the committee. Another grey, Howe Street. Very attractive horse, that Howe Street. Not a bad one either. A third ride for Andy Orkney, 31. He is. Another grey is Farm Week in the background there. And there's old Kildimo. Kildimo probably almost surely running his last race. Half-brother to Rubstick, the 1979 winner. Winner of 12 of his 52 races and trained by Sue Smith, a tremendous favourite in his yard. He won the Steeplechase here in November. There's Kildimo again. Third ride for Lorcan, who was 28. He gave Lorcan one of the thrills of his life when, never touching a twig, when he won the Steeplechase back here in November. Kildimo in the attractive colours of Lady Harris. Won't be gone long on his far side. Won't be gone long. Ridden, of course, by Richard Dunwoody. Richard putting up 1 pound overweight on this 11-year-old. There he is. Won the 1990 John Hughes Memorial over 18 of the national fences. He's a winner of 7 of his 24 races. Richard Dunwoody having won this, of course, in 1986 on West Tip, and this his 9th ride in the race. 29-year-old Richard Dunwoody, the champion-elect, is being thought of this season with a double-figure lead over the 8 times champion, 16 in front of him. He is at the moment Peter Scudamore. And Peter Scudamore there, centre picture with his back to us, Captain Dibble. Peter riding in his 13th national. He's broken most national hunt records, the long-time champion, but this is a race he has yet to win. Captain Dibble, hopefully the ideal partner, winner of his 8 of his 21 races and winner of the 1992 Scottish National. Party Politics, last year's winner, has now become the clear favourite. 6-1 Party Politics, 7-1 Romany King, 8-1 Zeta's Lad, 9 Royal Athlete and Garrison Savannah, and 10's Bar. Tarkogan's Best. And they're being called in again. The majority going up towards the tape. Shore Metal Direct and Riverside Boy have got to join them. The starter calling him up. Shore Metal's right out of the back. Being led in by Jerry Scott to join him. Dr. Price joining him too. Riverside Boy and Chatham. The only two out of the back now. And this looks as though it could be a go. Dr. Price taking a turn. That's Royal Speedmaster, number 40. Just those two currently holding up the start. It looks as though Keith Brown is pretty well ready to dispatch him now. Royal Speedman, that's it, that away, and Riverside Boy is slowly away, and Chatham has refused to start at all, and Romany King has gone off, and a red flag is being raised, and it is in fact a false start. It's a false start, and interim limb has gone right over to the left. Several of them have. They've gone on the hurdle course, and Party Politics also. Well, what a tragic start for Keith Brown in his last dispatch of the Grand National. None of them have got all that far. One or two down at the first fence, but being eased up without any problems. Won't be gone long is down there. That's Give Us a Buck to the right. Rowlandson's Jewels with the sheepskin noseband. Captain Dibble just turning. Carl Villahowe turning to come back too. Give Us a Buck nearest to us in the check colours. This is Tarkogan's Best with the green sheepskin noseband. And a new formula, and young Judy Davis. All new formula. Formula One, I should say. And Judy Davis. They're all popping back from that. That's Laura's Bow in the centre. David's Dukey. So that was the false start, and you'll see a replay. You'll see that Chatham is left absolutely flat-footed, no chance. But what really caused it was the fact that the tape did not rise properly. That's why they had to be called back, because doubtless one or two may have had their nose too close to it at the time it was released. So that inevitably led to a false start being declared, and the runners being recalled, I must say, with really commendable speed. Garrison Savannah walking right there. Formula One, Zeta's Lad, Quirinus. Behind Quirinus is Howe Street, he's the grey, with Direct on his far side. That's the Gooser nearest to us, Joyful Noise. Then Carl Villahowe in those Hearts, and then Latent Talent, and Latent Talent was Travel Over. David's Dukey, Palm Week. There's Party Politics. Giant Party Politics must be wondering what this is all about. This didn't happen last year, he said. We got off nice and quick, and I had quite an easy time of it, because he's a great big strapping horse, and he just stepped over these fences. He really made them look like doll's brooms.
And Party Politics is the favourite, clear favourite, 6-1. Romany King 7s. Zeta's Lad is on 8-1, 9-1 Royal Athlete, 9-1 also Garrison Savannah, 10-1 Captain Dibble, won't be gone long is 16s, and also Give Us a Buck. Laura's Bow 20-1, and on 22-1 on the other hand, 25-1 bar.
Now they're being called in again. Riverside Boy and Royal Speedmaster and Shore Metal once again a little bit behind the others. Chatham getting in this time, being held. Tours, number 18. Rock de Prince, far side, number 12. Lots of appeals from the riders because there's several that can't get in line. Chatham getting pretty fed up with it over on the far side, as we see them. Here comes Quirinus, sheepskin noseband there, just backing away now. Martin Pipe, Chatham's trainer, is behind him there, encouraging him to get in and join him, but he's getting very mulish. And this noise from the crowd, really getting one or two of them right on their toes. Royal Speedmaster still got to get in to join the others. He's currently out of picture, but I doubt if Keith Brown will wait indefinitely. That's David Stuckey spinning round. This is him nearest to us, Royal Speedmaster, with the press curve, being led in by Jerry Scott now. And for a moment it looked as though Keith Brown had him. And they're away. Oh, this time it... And once again the tape, they're snagged on the tape, and it's a recall. It's a recall. It was caught round Richard Dunwoody's neck, the tape. It won't be gone long. They've been recalled, but the majority don't realize that it is a recall. They're going down to jump the first. They're going to. So it's Roebuck on the near side, Carl Villahow on the far side with Rowlandson's Jewels. And they're sure to be recalled, I would think, but over to John Hanmer.
Well, at the first, the ones that have jumped it, that is, and meanwhile, over the second, Shaw Metals in front of Carl Villahow, then Rowlandson's Jewels. Travel over has stopped, and they're coming to the open ditch, and Shaw Metal it is who's over first from Give Us a Buck, and then on the near side, Romany King, Stay on Tracks, Esher Ness, and then on the other hand, and then just in behind them, the Gooser, as we join Jim McGrath.
And it's Shaw Metal who led over the fourth there as they all got over that one. They're all continuing. Mistaken. Farm Week is gone. Farm Week gone at that one. Davis Dukey was badly balked as they go to the next one now. And it's Give Us a Buck up there in company with on the other hand and Carl Villahow as they draw to it now from the Gooser, but Shaw Metal led over it on the inside. Out wider on the course then is the Committee, followed in behind them by Howe Street, and further back in the field is Esher Ness as they travel down now towards Beaches. And on the inside, it's Shaw Metal who's going to lead them over Beaches on the inside. Give Us a Buck is out wider as they get over that one. The leaders are all over pretty safely. In fact, they're all over there safely. Davis Dukey just jumping it. Coming to the Fournaven fence now. They're all continuing. Shaw Metal the leader by 2 lengths or so as he draws to it now from Howe Street. Then on the inside is Romany King, very handy prop. Give Us a Buck, interim lib. Esher Ness is behind them, followed by Carl Villahow, the Committee. Then Stay on Tracks the inside as they come to the canal turn. Next in the field then is Party Politics, who's very handy as they go to the canal turn now. And Shaw Metal led over it. Shaw Metal by a couple of lengths to Romany King, interim lib the inside. Howe Street is out wide. Then Esher Ness followed next in the field by Give Us a Buck as they go over Valentine's. Further back is Garrison Savannah, fairly handy as they all get over that one okay. Then Royal Athlete as they go towards the 10th, and we rejoin John Hanmer.
I don't know why they're going on, because it's got to be a void race. The starter's flag is up, but it's Shaw Metal out in front of High Street. Then interim lib, Travel Over's gone there. And right at the back is David Stuckey as they come to the open ditch. And Royal Athlete's gone as well, and it's High Street out in front of Shaw Metal, Carvella Howe, Give Us a Buck, Romany King, interim lib, and Esher Ness. And then comes the Committee as they jump the 12th, and High Street landed in the lead from Shaw Metal, Give Us a Buck. Then on the inside, Romany King and Carvella Howe. Then Esher Ness, interim lib, the Committee, and they're followed by, on the other hand, Party Politics and Garrison Savannah, and Laura's Bow on the outside. And they're going now towards the 13th, and High Street just in front as we join Peter O'Sullivan.
Well, here's one of the greatest sensations ever in the National. There were 9 horses still waiting at the start. Richard Dunwoody has still got the tape round his neck that he got caught up in on Won't Be Gone Long, and officially it really cannot possibly be a race with the starter's flag still raised. But Howe Street doesn't know that. He's in the lead from Shaw Metal and coming to jump it clear. Howe Street from Shaw Meadow, Romany King just behind him. Then comes David's Dukey and Carvilla Howe and Give Us a Buck. And this is the most amazing scene here, with the crowd booing as they realize that several horses have had, 9 horses have had no chance at all, and they're being waved past the chair. They're not going to jump it. It isn't, well, they are going to jump it. They can't believe it. Howe Street lands in the lead. Shaw Meadow nearly went. They're going to have to pull up when they get here. Surely, Howe Street from Interim Live on his inside and Give Us a Buck. Then Carvilla Howe, and boos from the crowd as they jump the water. Right up there is S&S. And they're being told not to go out in the country, but they can't believe it. They're going on. Mr. Ed has pulled up, but Howe Street is carrying on. Riverside Boy has pulled up, but Howe Street's going on from Shaw Meadow. Interim Live and Carvilla Howe. The crowd of booing. Director's been pulled up. Zeta's Lad's been pulled up as well. Captain Dibble's been pulled up, and Garrison Savannah, and Party Politics. They've all been pulled up at the start, and now there's nobody to stop them by the look of it out in the country. Howe Street jumped it in the lead from Shaw Meadow and Interim Live and S&S and Carvilla Howe, and the riders looking across at each other as if to say, what are we supposed to do now? Shaw Meadow on the inside, Howe Street the grey. Then comes Romany King in third, Interim Live 4 on the inside, as they run down to the next, and we rejoin John Hammer.
Well, Shaw Metal's jumped what would have been the 19th, except it isn't a race. And Shaw Metal, the leader from Howe Street, Romany King still going, Carvilla Howe, Give Us a Buck, Interim Live, and then the committee, and then comes S&S, and Howe Street has fallen, and Shaw Metal has fallen, and still going at the back is Laura's Bow, and the Bonanza Boy, Joyful Noise, has pulled up, and possibly the jockeys think that the people waving flags are demonstrators, and that's why they're going on. But let's join Jim McGrath at Beeches.
Well, this absolute farce, they're still continuing here, and we can see 8 of them on screen now as they come to Beeches. Give Us a Buck goes right through it on the outside. Fortunately, they've got over it okay. They're realizing it, the riders here. They're slowing up to a virtual walk as they come towards the Foynehaven fence. Romany King, Adrian Maguire having his first ride in the race on the inside. The committee, Interim Live, Carvilla Howe just on the outside as in behind them, Give Us a Buck. But they're all sensing something's wrong, but nobody's really game enough to pull up as they come towards the canal turn now. The Goose are out of the race there. Mistake by Interim Live, but this absolute farce continuing. Interim Live's rider has been unseated. They come now towards Valentine's, and the leader, Romany King, on the inside of the committee, then Carvilla Howe, and behind them, Give Us a Buck. On the other hand, Bonanza Boys refused, but they're continuing on as they go to the next. Let's rejoin John Hammer.
And this would be 5 out, and up in front is Romany King, and the committee from Carvilla Howe on the other hand, and then Give Us a Buck and S&S, and they're clear of Laura's Bow, and those are the only ones, I think. And the committee led over the open ditch 4 out, the committee from Romany King, then Carvilla Howe, Give Us a Buck, on the other hand, S&S and Laura's Bow, and this would be 3 out, and Romany King and the committee took it together from Carvilla Howe. Then on the other hand is next with Give Us a Buck, and they're followed by S&S, and they're clear of Laura's Bow and over to Peter O'Sullivan.
Well, this is one of the greatest disasters in the history of the National, because here are these heroic competitors preparing to come to the second last fence, believing that the race is on. It cannot possibly be an official race. Here we have the 2 disputants, the committee on the near side, the sheepskin noseband, Adrian Maguire on the far side on Romany King, Carvilla Howe next being challenged by S&S as they come to the second last fence. And it's Romany King and the committee, and these horses having an arduous race for nothing, but it cannot be a race. S&S is making good progress in 3rd place. At the final fence, S&S comes to tackle the 2 who preceded him into that fence, and S&S going away from the committee. and Romany King as he races up towards the line. Of course, there were people on the course earlier, and the riders thought that they were demonstrating, and so they didn't take any notice of those who tried to stop them. So as they race up to the line, in the National that surely isn't, Escheness is the winner. Second is Carvilla Howe. Third is Romany King for the committee, and 5 is Give Us a Buck. Then come, on the other hand, and Laura's Bow, and they are the only ones to have completed in the race that surely never was. So, an incredulous group of jockeys. There's Jamie Osborne, latent talent there. Here's Keith Brown, the starter. And here is a bitterly, bitterly disappointed rider of Escheness, John White, who so nearly won the race, a proper race on the Tsarevich, and having his 8th ride in the race today, 33-year-old John. And what a bitter, desperate disappointment for him. The most sensational occurrence during the long history of the world's most famous steeplechase. And inquests now. Richard Pittman talking to Keith Brown there. And what will conceivably be the next development. On the other hand's rider, Neil Doughty, who won it in 1984, and John White being comforted there. And Mark Pittman talking to Bruff Scott. Mark, whose stable companion, Escheness, won the race that never was. Richard Dunwoody's in an overcoat now. He had the tape wrapped around him for a long time after the second false start when the others went off. No doubt they went off because there were people on the course and they could not believe that they were not those who were interfering with the race and not race course officials. Here's Richard Pittman.
The opinion is surely that they didn't obey your recall the second time. That is correct. And so what does that imply?
It implies that the ones that did obey the recall flag should be allowed to start again.
So nine could start again?
I think it was 9, yes. I'm waiting for stewards to check that.
And anyone who went to circuit or fell were ineligible to restart if that happened?
Under the rules of racing.
See you in the course.
Under the rules of racing at the moment, yes.
Thank you very much indeed, Chief. I haven't started.
See you in the course. I never heard any so stupid in my life.
Well, the 9 that did not, in fact, start were Roc de Prince, Tarkogan's Best, Nosnaguiha, Formula One, and 22-year-old Judy Davis. Won't Be Gone Long. He didn't have much chance to start because Richard still had the tape wrapped around him. Latent Talent was another. Chatham, who didn't want to start particularly. Royal Speedmaster and Kildimo. And this is what happened. This is the second false start, and you can see Richard Dunwoody with the tape wrapped around him there. He's the rider who Won't Be Gone Long. The starter still has his hand up, but he's failed to arrest the momentum of those who went ahead. The most comparable situation I can remember was back in the 50s when, after a lot of restlessness at the start, this is old Bonanza Boy wondering what it's all about, there was a headlong dash for the first fence, and as a result, there were an unprecedented number of fallers. It's Latent Talent. So, There will be a steward's inquiry into what should take place now. Tragic that that valiant effort by those who could not believe that it wasn't a race should have expended all that energy to no point. The starter being booed by the restive crowd as he goes to look at a recording of what actually took place, accompanied there by Roger Farrant, one of the assistants. There's Ginger McCain with Shaw Metal's rider, Shaw Metal, who led them, Seamus O'Neill, for such a long way in the race that wasn't. Ginger, I need scarcely tell you, won it in 73, 74 and 77 with Red Rum himself. There is the devastated water jump. And Keith Brown has gone to look at the recording of the start in the head-on stewards box, the stewards who, with the stipendiaries, look down the course towards the chair where officials vainly sought to encourage the riders to run round it so that they pulled up, and an announcement to say the stewards are holding an inquiry to determine what action should be taken now, and what an unenviable job they have.
Well, of course, it's been an absolute shambles, and we wait to see what happens. But here's one of the unfortunate jockeys, Charlie Swan, who rode Cahavilahau into second place in the national that wasn't. Now, tell the story from your point of view.
Well, there was already a false start. When he let us go the second time, the tape got stuck a bit, but in Ireland, when we raced, there's always a white flag man to say if there's a false start, he'd wave it. There was no flag waving, so we all thought the race was on. Going to the chair, we thought maybe one of the people that was
waving a flag.
Yeah, yeah, we thought it was people that maybe were trying to stop the national because of the cruelty side of it.
You didn't think it was an official coming out?
Official, no. We thought it was. We just had to jump the left side of the fence.
Yeah.
And we've gone on then, and like it's just a shame. Like I think I don't think any of the jockeys are to blame.
Of course not, but did the jockeys talk to each other going round that circuit? Did
no,
you?
It was very hard to hear anything. The wind was very strong, and the crowd is they're shouting the whole time. You don't know what's going on.
Right.
We were just
didn't you see other jockeys that hadn't started though? Didn't you see other horses waiting at the start?
No.
When you came round, you didn't spot that?
No.
Well, it was a disaster, really. I mean, of course, the problem is when the starter raises the red flag, he raises it behind you, doesn't he?
I know, yeah.
When's the next indication that you know that anything's wrong if you set off?
Yeah, well,
you found out the first time, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I know in Ireland they have a white flag man about 100 yards up the track.
Yeah.
And if there is a false start, they start waving it in front of you.
Yeah.
And you have to pull up, but there was nothing there.
Right.
So, you know, the jockeys aren't to blame.
Well, it's very bad luck.
You went second.
Now we've got Marcus Armitage, who's arrived here, who won the national once on Mr. Frisk. Come round this way so we can see you, Marcus. Tell us from your point of view.
I jumped one fence there.
Stewards who, with the stipendiaries, look down the course towards the chair where officials vainly sought to encourage the riders to run round it so that they pulled up, and an announcement to say the stewards are holding an inquiry to determine what action should be taken now, and what an unenviable job they have.
Well, of course, it's been an absolute shambles, and we wait to see what happens. But here's one of the unfortunate jockeys, Charlie Swan, who rode Cahavilahau into second place in the national that wasn't. Now, tell the story from your point of view.
well, there was already a false start. When he let us go the second time, the tape got stuck a bit, but in Ireland when we raced, there's always a white flag man to say if there's a false start, he'd wave it, but there was no flag waving, so we all thought the race was on. Going to the chair, we thought maybe one of the people that was
waving a flag.
Yeah, yeah, we thought it was people that maybe were trying to stop the national because of the cruelty side of it.
You didn't think it was an official coming out?
Official, no. We thought it was. We just had to jump the left side of the fence.
Yeah.
And we've gone on then, and like it's just a shame. Like it's. I think I don't think any of the jockeys are to blame.
Of course not. But did the jockeys talk to each other going round that circuit? Did
no,
you?
It was very hard to hear anything. The wind was very strong, and the crowd is so they're shouting the whole time. You don't know what's going on.
Right.
We just
didn't you see other jockeys that hadn't started though? Didn't you see other horses waiting at the start?
No.
When you came round, you didn't spot that.
No.
Well, it was a disaster, really. I mean, of course, the problem is when the starter raises the red flag, he raises it behind you, doesn't he?
I know, yeah.
When's the next indication that you know that anything's wrong if you set off?
Yeah, well,
you found out the first time, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I know in Ireland they have a white flag man about 100 yards up the track.
Yeah.
And if there is a false start, they start waving it in front of you.
Yeah.
And you have to pull up, but there was nothing there.
Right.
So you know the jockeys aren't to blame.
Well, it's very bad luck.
Second.
Now we've got Marcus Armitage, who's arrived here, who won the national once on Mr. Frisk. Come round this way so we can see you, Marcus. Tell us from your point of view.
I jumped one fence, Des.
You jumped one fence.
Yeah. Actually, my horse got the tape tangled around his feet.
First time?
Second time. And Rich Dunwoody on my outside had the tape tangled around his neck, so he was looking a bit uncomfortable on the outside.
So he couldn't possibly continue.
No, and there were 5 or 6 of us who were sort of stopped by this piece of tape that came with us.
Right, so you clearly couldn't continue.
No.
I mean, what was the cause for it? We always have tape, we always have Grand Nationals. It's never happened before this. Well,
the tape didn't look like it was going up very quickly. I mean, when he said go, the tape didn't go very quickly.
It didn't activate properly.
I don't think so.
We understand there was something of a demonstration down the course by animal rights or whatever they call themselves at some stage. So there was a long delay before the race got underway. Anyway, were you aware of that at all?
Yes, yeah, and that wouldn't help. So you get everyone keyed up, and they're doing more damage than they think they're doing good. You know, and it's going to affect the horses in the end.
Right. So you jumped one.
I jumped one.
How did you find? Because Charlie Swan didn't understand why he couldn't find out that you had to stop. He said because he thought somebody was waving a flag.
It's very difficult. I never saw anyone waving a flag. I heard Rich Dunwoody told me that it was a full start, and he pulled across me and pulled up.
Yeah. So what do you think is going to happen now? I mean, Escherness has won the national that never was. Jenny Pittman's won her second national, but she hasn't. And all this sort of stuff.
Well, you always get a good story with the Grand National.
You always get a story, but there's nothing good about this story, though, is there?
No, well, it's very sad, really, because it's a sort of jump racing showpiece, and I don't know what they're doing.
Well, the last I heard was that the 9 who didn't go will be allowed to start again. What do you make of that?
Well, I would be delighted if I was one of the 9. I mean, I'd be delighted if my horse was sound, but he's actually, because the tape got tight around his legs, and I actually, going to the Melling Road, before we jumped any obstacles, he jumped about 6 foot in the air.
Yeah. So he couldn't go again?
So he won't be going again, no.
Right. Remind me of your horse, I've forgotten.
Travel over.
All right, okay. Well, it's a sorry day, and we really don't know what to make of it at the moment, but Marcus, thank you for taking the trouble to talk to us. I don't know what you have to do now. You don't weigh in, or do you?
I've got to ride in the next.
You've got to ride in the next
week, I think.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know when it's going to be. Well, thank you very much. That's Marcus Armitage. And we've got David Ellsworth here, who, of course, has won the national in his time with Rhyme and Reason. What did you make of all that shenanigans? Shambles?
Well, it was a disaster and a great tragedy for the race. But if you ask me the interpretation of the rules, and I'm not a steward, it was a full start. He called them back. Obviously, the majority of the runners they did not realise that it wasn't. They weren't aware it was a full start. But the fact is, the starter said it was a full start. Where the communications broke down, I'm not sure. But if one followed the rules to the letter, and that's what we've got to do, and it's a black and white job, the race should be restarted And the stewards, in my opinion and my experience, have the power to withdraw those horses they think are unfit to participate.
It's an extraordinary situation.
Which in fact would include my horse, who was
Yeah,
fit.
your horse went all the way round, didn't it?
But I don't know. This is a very special race, and maybe some rules could be bent. But I think the safest way is to, for those few that are remain, should actually line up again, and it would make the race a farce, and I wouldn't be very happy, and I'm sure the millions and millions of viewers who are watching it wouldn't be happy. But that does seem the situation. But the stewards have got the difficult job of sorting it out, and I think they'll arrive at the right decision, and we'll have to leave it up to them.
Yeah. What about your jockey? You wouldn't blame him in any way for going round twice, would you? I mean...
No.
Who was riding for you today?
Paul Holly, my stable
Holly,
jockey. They jumped off. You see, when there's a full start, there's a man positioned down the course in front of the first fence who goes out with a flag and stops them, which in fact happened the first time today.
Oh, did it? Charlie Swan seemed to think it didn't.
There were two full starts.
Right.
Well, they seem to be aware that the first one was a false start, and I can only assume it was the chap down the course with the flag. But if that isn't the case, then I don't know. But it was definitely, as far as the starter was concerned, a no-go. And the jockeys were equally as convinced it was, and that's what the problem is.
So what do you really think can happen now? Do you think that the race should be called off completely and perhaps run on another day, or...?
I think if good sense prevails, it should be.
Yeah.
But good sense has got nothing to do with the rules. And racing all the time, there are stewards' inquiries, and we get unsatisfactory results, simply because it's such a complex business. The stewards have to have some guidelines, and they have to be accurate and stick to the letter of the law, if you like. And in this case, there was a false start. The starter called them back. They failed to come back. If in the opinion of the stewards, they're unfit to run, they shouldn't run, and the few remainder should go, which would make a whole farce of the thing. But that seems to me
to be what might happen. David Ellsworth, thanks very much indeed. It's an unhappy thing. Well, we've got John White here now. Now, John, you've won the National, but you haven't won the National.
No. The first false start, I saw the chap with a white flag, and I knew then I hadn't gone 20 strides, and I knew I'd pull up as a false start. We walked around for a long time again. When we jumped off the second time, I haven't seen a rerun of the race, but I was up there in the first half dozen, and I didn't see any flag.
You kept going all the way, you saw no flag at all.
When I got to the chair, I had a look around and I saw, I hadn't really time to count, but there was a few around me.
Yes.
I saw cones up, going across the fence, and then I looked again. I didn't realise, didn't think they were going all the way across. And the man I thought waved us towards the inside of the chair.
Yes.
I thought some of the protesters had got to the chair, and we jumped the inside. I carried on. I didn't see anything else.
You thought it was about the protest. You didn't. But didn't you realise that there were a lot of horses missing, or not? Of course you wouldn't, because you're up the front, I suppose.
You ever ridden in a National?
No, I haven't.
You don't have time to count
You
horses?
don't have time to count horses.
I knew there was a lot of horses around me.
Yeah.
But I didn't know how it had fallen. I didn't see anyone with a flag at any stage when I went by the chair to go away to the country for the last time.
You've come second in your time, haven't you? Sarovich?
That's right, yeah. Second to Mary Venture.
Second to Mary Venture, yes. And, well, you've come first this time, but I'm afraid he won't stand, old boy.
No, I suppose not.
Bad luck. You look pretty distressed at the end of it. Bad luck on you too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Well, let's go out and about now. You've heard some of the first-hand stories from people actually taking part in the race that wasn't. And let's hear from Peter once again.
Well, Des, I doubt if stewards have ever been faced with a more onerous responsibility. Here you have the vast, rain-dammed entry crowd awaiting their decision. You have something like 75 million of bets in the balance. The jockeys are nonplussed as to what might happen, what has happened. They're still debating, looking at that replay, and really wondering what to do about it. One cannot help feeling that it would be a travesty if the 9 horses who didn't start, Rock de Prince, Tarkogan's Best, Nos Naguiha, Formula One, Won't Be Gone Long, Latent Talent, Chatham, Royal, Speedmaster and Kildimo were just sent on their way to compete for the National. However, it remains to be seen what is decided. Here in the interim is Richard once again.
Well, as I take it, stand up here where the stewards have been deliberating, things are still very much up in the air. We hope to get someone to comment. It is really important. The whole world's watching.
I appreciate it.
Can we not have a ruling?
So we will get a decision when...
So no decision is made. So no decision made.
The films, and we are now going down just to discuss the whole case down there, and we will get a result out very quickly.
Thank you very much indeed. So, as we understand it, there is a continuing stewards' inquiry down in the stewards' room proper instead of this head-on position. But as I understand it, the 9 horses who didn't start, or any horse who didn't complete one circuit, could start again. But there's no way they could start this race again now. The fences have been knocked around, some horses have fallen, and my considered opinion is that this race will be rerun on another day. That is my considered opinion.
Well, whether or not it is, Richard, and that's, I think, a very reasonable guess, it's surely impossible for any further action to be taken by the horses who are intended runners in the National today. Those 39 runners, many of whom have completed a needless circuit or 2, and sadly there have been fallers as well. Maybe it will be rerun, but I can only believe that today's event will be void. The jockeys, having a look there, Rolison's Jules rider, Nicky Henderson there, jogging up and down, Richard Dunwoody, who was only just past fit after an injured hand to ride in the race, and he, poor lad, was the one who got the tape wrapped around him. And the jockeys, like the rest of the crowd, just waiting on the deliberations of the stewards. That's Robert Whaley Cohen, the owner of Won't Be Gone Long, with Richard. Charles Barnett with his walkie-talkie, one of the acting managers today at the course. He's associated principally with Haydock. And Nicky Henderson. What an anticlimax for a trainer who has prepared a horse for this race. And Kildimo's rider, Lorcannois, and Nosnaguiha's rider, Ross Garrity, who are doubtless hoping that the stewards will decide that those who didn't start can start in the race proper. But this would make a travesty of all anti-post betting and of the race as a competition. There's Tim Jarvis, who was having his first ride on Joyful Noise, and Skew on the left with Martin Pipe. Martin, who had 3 prominent runners in the race.
Well, extraordinary scenes and extraordinary pictures here for the 1993 Grand National, and scenes that we could certainly have well done without. It all started because there was an animal rights demonstration down the course. We didn't show that to you, but that's why the race was delayed in the first place. Then there was 1 false start. They all came back after that one. Then there was a second false start. Some of them went the whole course round. S&S has won the National, but it hasn't won the National. And now we've got Tracy Pickett here, who's been inside in the weighing room, etc., talked to a few people. What sort of views have you got in there?
Well, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I went straight down to the weighing room after the horses finished past the post, and Mrs. Pittman came in, and she was absolutely devastated, in floods of tears. I met John White's girlfriend coming out from watching it, and it's just total and utter devastation. Just Keith Brown's just walked in and he's been booed and he almost got accosted, and the whole place is utterly shattered. Talking to Miles Morris, I said, you know, his horse ran really, really well. Yeah, I asked for a quote from him, but I couldn't really repeat what he said. People are just gobsmacked, literally.
Yeah,
they cannot believe it. And there's fighting going on in the weighing room. Mrs. Pittman and another owner came in and they were arguing, and I thought fists were going to fly.
Almost the amazing thing about it is that it hasn't happened before, really, because there's 40 horses, or 39 out there today. The tape sort of starts a little bit of a mess. Why don't they have the horses back sort of 15 metres behind the tape or something like that?
I don't really know. I don't quite understand it. All I realise is that it's a very difficult thing to get all those horses lined up and what have you. I asked Toby if he thought what he thought should have been done, and he said, well, obviously they couldn't have let them go the second time because it was a false start. That the race should be rerun, but you just can't do that. You know, maybe they change it and rerun it on another date, maybe. But
what happens to all the money, the betting on a day like this? All void?
See, I don't know. I think it has to be void, really.
Yes.
Anyway, the three of the Irish horses finished. Conor O'Dwyer was very pleased with Laura's Bow. Fortunately, the Goose fell after Beaches on the second time round. It doesn't, but at least they're all safe in one piece, which is important. But it must be devastating for John White, and I can only say I'm really very, very sorry for everybody involved. It's unbelievable.
Awful day. Tracy, let's have a word with John Upson, who's the trainer over there. John, come on over. Thanks, Tracy. Stand round there so we can take a look at you, John. Trainer of Zita's Lad, you went out there and talked to the stewards when they were trying to discuss. I heard you say something to them. They were discussing what they might or might not do about it. What did you say, and what's your view?
Well, I can't repeat what I said on live television, but I think, regardless of what they do, I think it is an absolute disgrace that the world's #1 national hunt race is run like this. It wouldn't happen in a point-to-point field in Ireland. I mean, we're not talking about conditional jockeys race. All the top jockeys were there, every one of them. My jockey, all the top jockeys say they saw no signs of flags whatsoever. In Ireland, a man would stand in the middle of the field with a white flag. You either run him down or you stop. Here, nobody saw anything. And then what they're telling me they were going to do was rerun the race with the 9 horses that didn't jump the fence. If you jumped the first fence, you were disqualified, and they were going to rerun it again with 9 runners.
Those are the rules, though, aren't they?
Well, it just goes to show who makes the blooming rules, doesn't it? I mean, you know, even if it is the rules, that's not the point. This is the world's #1 steeplechase in a sophisticated country like this, and that's the best job we can make of it.
And of course, you really fancied the chances of your run.
I spent a year getting my horse ready for this day. I've sweat blood with this horse. I've come here today absolutely right to run him, and this is what happens. I mean, I'm angry, and I know that's coloured by what I'm saying, but if my horse didn't start...
What did your horse do exactly? I've forgotten. What did it run?
He got round, and after a circuit, my head lad realised what had happened and ran onto the track and shouted at the jockeys at the racer's voice and stopped him. But it doesn't matter. You know, what they say is if you jump the first...
You're out of it.
You're out of it.
So your horse is one of those that went round once?
He went round once, and he
some went round twice, some didn't go at all.
That's right.
What a mess. But you've criticised them, but I mean, what can they do? It's always started like that. It's always been started like that, and it's all started.
I go point to point in an island. You know, a backward little country like Ireland.
Stand Be careful now, I come from there.
I mean this in the rightest possible way. They stand a man in the middle of the track with a white flag. It's a false start, everybody sees him. What they say is there was a man hovering in the crowd with a red flag. But they say he waved his flag.
Well, it's certainly difficult to see a flag that's waved behind you.
Especially when you've got people on the track and people laying over the track, somebody standing in the inside. But we're talking about top jockeys here. No jockey's going to go.
What do you want to see happen, John Upson?
I think I want to go to Ireland next Monday. It was where I was going in the first place, so maybe it was the best in the long run.
John, thanks for talking to us. Now, Mike Dillon is coming over here, an old friend of mine. Hi, Mike, how are you? Stand back here so we can take a look at you. Mike's from Ladbrokes, of course. What happens to all the punters' money? Mine. Yours? Well, not yours.
Not mine. I think, first of all, we've just got to calm down and take stock and see what's going on.
Nobody's very calm round here.
No, I think it's not a time to apportion blame, but people must just calm down and see what's going to happen. I think as far as we're concerned at the moment, the race would have to be void and all the stakes would be refunded, both ante-post and the money that's been bet on the day. But, you know, it's not a time for instant decisions, it's a time just to
money
take stock.
Refunded? How do you go about doing that?
Well, I mean, all the people who have had a bet both ante-post and on the day, in my view, would, you know, go back into the shop and get their money back. But, of course, we'll wait until an official decision is made by the stewards.
Yeah, what do you expect that decision to be? You're around the racing game all your life.
I would find it hard to believe that they could run the race again in any format today. I mean, I would think it would be wrong for 9 runners to go out, and You know, it just couldn't happen. But people it's a 1,000,000 to 1 chance that's just happened. It would be wrong to apportion blame at this stage, but you know, just hope.
I've just heard in my earphone, Mike, while you're talking, that the race has been declared void and will not be rerun.
In that case, all the stakes would be refunded, Des.
They'd all be refunded.
And on the day, yes, all the punters would get the money back.
Now, do I take it from what I'm hearing that the race will never be rerun this year? That's our understanding of it. Won't be run this year, so
well,
the
if all the punters go into the shops, they'll get their money back. So the £75 million that was bet today will all be refunded.
Here for nothing.
1,000,000 to 1 chance.
1,000,000 to 1 chance.
1,000,000 to 1 chance.
Could we have had a bet on that happening?
No, I don't think you'd have got the prize.
Mike, thanks very much.
All
Mike
right,
Dillon there from Ladbrokes. Now, Bill Smith's around. Ah, Bill, am I talking to Bill? Right, there's Bill. Hello, Bill.
There's hi.
Well, what did you make of all that?
It's just amazing. One of the things, that, like all mistakes, you must learn from them. One of the things I can't understand is how they were recalled the first time. There must have been somebody there with a flag the first time. Where was he the second time? All the boys who set off on the second false start said they didn't see anybody with a flag, but something must have made them stop the first time. So I just don't quite see where the what happened there. But we know now, as I say, it's easy. Hindsight's wonderful. But I mean, how we can possibly correct it for the future? We can't do anything about today's race, but there must be some kind of better recall system for false starts such as this in the future.
Well, you heard, I think, Bill, what the boys were saying about what happens in Ireland. Somebody comes out with a white flag in the centre of the course, down the course somewhat. That seems to be fairly similar.
I mean, that's the procedure here. It's not just Ireland. That's the same here. You have usually an old boy with a white flag waving it at you, and that makes you stop. I think whoever was there, somebody must have done something the first time for those boys to have known to stop. What happened in the second time, I don't know. There is, I think it's a little bit difficult, this line, I think there's a Jockey Club directive about horses lining up with virtually their nose on the tape. Well, it's okay when you've got 5 or 6 or 20 runners as maximum in a hurdle race. If you've got 40 runners in a Grand National, after parade and everything else, to get them all lined up with their nose on the tape is almost an impossible task. But I do believe it's a Jockey Club directive.
Thanks, Bill. Look, there are still some horses out there on the course. They will have heard an announcement now, though, I think, and clearly they're, well, there's Carl Llewellyn, the winner last year, who was favourite to win again at the start of the race. I don't know whether he took part in any stage, but...
I think he was one who didn't go at all, but it's such a terrible shame. Jamie Osborne there, he's pretty relaxed whatever happens. But it's, you know, you're just not going to get this race again. All these horses prepared for today, trained for today. So many of these might not even be sound next year, the way Steeplechase.
Down to win a national himself. A delighted Ron Treloggan, Somerset dairy farmer, acknowledging the crowd. You all have noted that he rode this horse out with hands and heels throughout the long, long run on the level from the last fence. Having said, after winning the Fox Hunters at Cheltenham, and I quote, "There's no point in hitting a horse when he's giving all he's got." And this horse certainly gives everything. He really enjoys it. There was always the possibility that this would be a little short for him, but he showed a great turn of foot from the last to hold on to his advantage, to capitalize on his great jumping. Absolutely spectacular jumper he is. He's paid a high compliment to Peter Curling's Kerry Orchid, who was beaten only 1.5 lengths by him in the Fox Hunter chase at Cheltenham. And what a nice horse he is. Double turn, rather of a disappointment for a winner 2 years ago, and also GA, who's doubtless maybe finally feeling his years. He'd have been the first 14-year-old to win in the past 40 years if he'd succeeded, but he was actually well down the field. Well, this is one for the favourite backers, and the starting prices as follows.
First, number 8, Double Silk, 5-2 favourite. Second, number 7, Dark Dawn, 7-1. And third, number 22, Mandrake Shuffle, 33-1.
Ron Tremoghan told us in his rich Somerset burr before the race that this was just a bonus. Well, what a bonus, that's all I can say. And here in the weighing room, Alexandra Empiricus just weighing in. She had a good ride. Here's Ron, dairy farmer from Somerset. When you come back to join us, Bill Smith and I will be going right through the thrills and the spills, the Martel Fox Hunters Chase. So don't go away. Do join us after the news. It will be read by Moira Stewart.
Royal Navy officers have arrested the French trawler Calypso off Guernsey, and they've escorted it to St. Peter Port. It follows Sunday's incident when 3 Navy personnel were kidnapped by the vessel's crew. In a separate development, Royal Marines are to be stationed on fisheries protection vessels to enforce British fishing rights in the Channel Islands.
The arrest of Le Calypso comes after a day of high-profile patrolling by at least 2 British Navy vessels. The French boat has now been escorted into St. Peter Port Harbour under close escort from HMS Jersey, which sent a boarding party of 5 to make the arrest. 2 more Navy personnel kept a close watch on the Calypso from a dinghy which followed closely in its wake. The French crew has now been transferred onto HMS Brocklesby, where they'll be questioned.
Conservative-led Wandsworth Council has failed in its bid to get a High Court injunction blocking a teacher's boycott of national curriculum tests and assessments. A judge ruled that the Schoolmasters and Women Teachers Union did not have a statutory duty to implement the curriculum. The leader of Wandsworth Council says that it might appeal. The secretary of the NASUWT, Nigel de Grucci, said the decision was a stunning victory.
Good news for all teachers, because it will enable them to follow the NASUWT lead, to liberate themselves from this absurd, excessive bureaucratic nightmare, and it will enable all teachers, all those who join the NASUWT, as well as those in membership, to concentrate on teaching in the classroom.
The 24-hour rail strike has virtually shut down the entire network, but the predicted chaos on the roads hasn't materialised. Miners have been on strike today too, in protest at the government's pit closure programme.
Support by rail workers for the strike has been solid. The only trains that ran were on a line into London, where drivers and signalmen are not members of the RMT. Elsewhere, tracks were silent and stations deserted. British Rail says it will cost them £10 million. The Prime Minister condemned the strike as pointless.
All it's done is put millions of people to inconvenience. It's caused damage to commerce, damage to industry, and will have done no good to anyone.
I would say that the people who are on strike today are more in tune with public opinion than this government is.
The predicted chaos on the roads didn't happen. Many worked at home or staggered their journeys. But public opinion may be tested again soon. The rail unions won't rule out another strike next week. The miners too, who rallied in Barnsley this morning, believe they have public sympathy. Their 24-hour action has closed all but 13 pits. But both miners and rail workers know that the public's patience can quickly wear thin.
The Chancellor of the Exchequer, Norman Lamont, has said that nearly every economic indicator over the last month has pointed to recovery. Speaking today at the Council of Mortgage Lenders, the Chancellor said that business confidence has now returned, and he said there can be no doubt that the housing market will revive as the economy picks up. That's it for now. More news at 6 o'clock on BBC One.
Hello there. If you've been watching the racing, you'll have seen the umbrellas going up at Aintree. Quite a few showers around in the west, and some showers beginning to show up now on the weather radar a little bit further east. There could well be some heavy showers around this evening, perhaps a rumble of thunder, but the tendency will be for those showers to die away quickly after dusk. Clouds thickening in the west overnight, bringing some rain with it, some heavy bursts of rain, eventually getting into the West Country, Wales, across Northern Ireland, into southwestern Scotland by the end of the night. Further to the east, underneath clear skies, a little bit of mist in the river valleys, perhaps even the odd fog patch, and there could be a touch of frost as well. Tomorrow that rain will make very, very slow progress eastwards through the day. Brighter, showery weather beginning to come in from the west. And that's the forecast.
Now on BBC Two, the latest news from South Today.
Good afternoon.
The MP for Portsmouth North has made a scathing attack on the government over its decision to make a further 5,000 job cuts in the Navy. Peter Griffith says the size of the cuts are totally unacceptable and will mean that Britain will be unable to meet its worldwide commitments. The loss of 5,000 naval jobs will be keenly felt here in the south. 2/3 of the Royal Navy is based in the region, which is already facing defence cuts. Portsmouth will bear the brunt of the losses as the base for the senior service. The move, which comes on top of plans announced 2 years ago, will cut the Navy down by a fifth by the end of the decade. Both the opposition parties have criticised the latest job cuts. The shadow opposition spokesman, Dr. David Clark, said the government's defence policy is now in tatters. The AA says traffic levels across the south have been fairly normal so far today, despite a 24-hour strike by some British rail staff.
Some roads this morning were unusually quiet, with many people in the south staying at home. And despite the usual trouble spots at Ringwood towards the New Forest and the M3 extension at Twyford Down, the police said even these hadn't been made worse by the strike. At Gatwick in Sussex, special coaches were laid on for people who'd bought train tickets in advance. And as train stations throughout the south came to a standstill, BR is counting the cost of today's industrial action. Most services aren't expected to return to normal until at least lunchtime tomorrow.
An inquest into the death of a patient at Broadmoor Top Security Hospital in Berkshire has returned a verdict of accidental death. Orville Blackwood died in August 1991. He'd been given 2 tranquilizing injections after becoming violent. After the verdict, the coroner praised the nursing staff and said they'd looked after Mr. Blackwood in a proper and professional way. But Orville Blackwood's mother, Clara Buckley, said she was very disappointed and was considering taking the matter to the European Court of Justice. 4 Hampshire men are to stand trial on charges of conspiracy to defraud the Wessex Regional Health Authority. The charges follow an inquiry by the Fraud Investigation Unit, and the case has been sent directly to Winchester Crown Court. The charges involve the Health Authority paying for services for which it wasn't liable between January 1987 and March 1991. All 4 men were granted conditional bail. It's been alleged that a mortgage fraud in Dorset has involved more than £14 million. 8 solicitors, estate agents and mortgage brokers were arrested after a 3-year investigation by police into the alleged fraud. An abattoir in Hampshire is to close at the end of this month with a loss of 180 jobs. The slaughterhouse in Salisbury says to continue operating it would have to spend more than £1 million to meet European hygiene standards. That's the news from us here on BBC Two this afternoon, but don't forget to join us if you can over on BBC One at 6:30 for South Today.
The Academy Award-winning Amadeus. Genius.
Mozart, you are not the only composer in Vienna.
But I'm the best. Jealousy.
Too many notes? Yes. Oh, just cut a few and it'll be perfect.
Revenge.
I will block you. I swear it. One day I will laugh at you. Before I leave this earth, I will laugh at you.
Amadeus. Tomorrow at 9 on BBC Two.
Now on BBC Two, it's back to Aintree and Richard Pittman.
Welcome back. We're all still buzzing with excitement after that great spectacle in the last race, the Martel Fox Hunters Chase. Just a reminder of the finishing order. Double Silk completed the Cheltenham-Liverpool double, 5-2 favourite. Dark Dawn, a spirited challenge, not quite good enough, second at 7-1. And Mandrake Shuffle, 33-1, quietly fancied by some good female judges I met here today. So, that is the result. Now down in the winners' enclosure, Patrick Martel, president of Martel, presented this trophy, a much coveted one, to Reg Wilkins, who owns and trains this horse. What pride he must have to be able to see this fellow every morning and now see him doing his stuff in the afternoon. The race itself, it was thrilling. Nearest to us, 23, Stephen Brookshaw, and they're off. As we expected, Bill, very few lagging back in this early stage.
No, there was no hanging about here, was there? And the winner there, Double Silk, just in the middle of the picture. He soon starts to take it up after comes those first fence. We lose Kingsward and the green colours there with the white sleeves. Down he goes and rolls right over. luckily both horse and jockey get up again. As far as I know, everyone's happy. Stephen Bush is going to go home, feeling a bit sorry he fell at the first in the Fox Hunters.
But that's the way it is. You can't actually choose where you go. At this stage, they're all jumping very well. In fact, we had a record number, or very, I would imagine, record number, 22 finishers. I think the ground is a big contributing factor. But here, as we go to the chair, the first big test in the centre there, Double Silk, big, powerful horse, and he's just about half a length up. Gadbrook backing forth, good jump. Gadbrook blew it with Marcus Armitage, made quite a bit of ground there. And in behind, they're all going well. The only mistake made at this fence was by Polygonum and Wayne Burnell. You can just see several of them nodding. It's a big jump. The orange going through was Ginger McCain's son, Donald. Nearest to us, Elva Cone, Anthony Woodward. So, onto the water, the easiest water, I think, in the country.
Yes, smashing water jump. This has got a big brush fence in front of it, and most horses jump it extremely well. I don't know if it's anything to do with the fact they've just jumped the chair and be delighted to jump over it or not. You see the leader puts a terrific jump in over there. Bob Tisdall on the outside, GA.
And one going very well just through on the inside, the green colours there. Forest Ranger giving Rory McGrath a good run. He eventually gets rid of him, but in fact he fell 2 before Beechers. We'll come up to that in a minute, but he does complete the course riderless. And I know so many of you think that horses don't enjoy racing. If they didn't, they wouldn't get up and follow. They are a herd instinct animal, you know, and they like to be back with the herd. And in the wilds, they had to jump for fun, for survival. Now, I know this isn't the wilds, but heading down across the Melling Road, it can sometimes feel like it.
It might feel like it to run along, going down on Double Silk. Forest Rangers right there, Gadbrook, Dark Dawn, Speaker's Corner, Harley right on the inside. Great big frame of horse with a white sheepskin noseband on him. Coming down to what will be the first in the National tomorrow.
At this point, it really was sleeting down, as you can see for yourself. And that's most uncomfortable when you go into these fences and you can't see where you're going. A worm's eye view of the same fence. And you wouldn't want to be a worm at this particular point, would you? The sound of the spruce is being knocked off. Just going through there was Mount Argus and Stephen Brookshaw. We take another view at them. So, Bill, now they're getting warmed up. They know that very shortly the next bogey is upon them, which will, of course, be Beechers. But these fences running down to Beechers, they're quite inviting to jump.
I think they're getting better and better, and there's certainly Double Silk. There's no bogey to him. Just watching him go and jump this fence. They're absolutely spot on. Ron Treloggan right up his neck there. Terrific jump.
The Speaker's Corner in the white colours there. Mike Sowersby, who perhaps running his horse down earlier on, he's getting a terrific ride out of him in 4th place there. And 5th, Johnny Greenall, creeping up. He rides a good race, Johnny, on Dark Dawn in the light blue colours. But a 4th.
We lost Farris there. We also lost Forest Ranger, who tipped his jockey out the front door. I'm afraid it had to go down as an unseated rider for that one.
And back in 5th place now, we've got Andrew Harvey, and he is on Mandrake Shuffle. Alex Harvey, rather, ran a super race this one. Way back is David Pipe now. He never really got a blow into the race. He's sort of mid to rear, in fact more rear than mid. But let's look at Beechers.
Loose horse luckily doesn't interfere at all with him there. But look right on the inside now for Glenade, in the same position as Lumberjack was yesterday. Does pretty much the same sort of thing. Just hits it hard enough to turn him over anywhere.
And it looked as if it was Knockelly Castle and John Trice-Rolfe who did a good job to get round him. I've seen Beechers from a few angles, but this is an odd one, and I hope jockeys don't see it when they're riding. You've just got to measure to the takeoff bar, and you'll jump nicely out over the drop. Onto the smallest fence of the course, the riderless Forest Ranger up front. Harley in the orange colours made a mistake. Don McCain sat tied over there. Just coming through, there's David Pipe on our Hello Glen. He's a long way out of it. But up front, Ron has got a good chance to cut across the corner here. And did the horse Double Silk do that? Well, he shortened Bill. He could see he was too long for a big one.
Just went and popped it in real style. Marcus Armitage is getting a great ride on Gadbrook. Just a little bit on the outside of him.
Yes, Michael Phillips, the Irish amateur, way out the back, having a good ride, but he knows the ones up front won't stop on this ground. And as we get to the lead, it's the winner still, Double Silk, in front. The loose horse
causing no trouble and jumping like a stag. He's really enjoying it. Harley there, right on the inside. Johnny Greenall having a super ride round there. Look at the winner up in front to see, he's just popping and jumping from fence to fence.
But those just following now, Bob Tisdall and Adam Ogden having the ride of his life. Just coming into the picture, you can see the winner in front. On the right of the followers, Gadbrook is just behind in the blue colours and the spots. And then we've got Alex Harvey, he's on Mandrake Shuffle, back in third place. Johnny Greenall in fourth. Then we've got Bob Tisdall in fifth. And behind him, Harley in sixth. And then we've got Speaker's Corner seventh, Mike Sowersby. The rest are having a good ride, Bill, but they know no prize money.
They are, I'm afraid. Right out the back there's GA, last year's winner. He's definitely had his turn at this great bit of action. Now look at Ron Sherlock here. All you can think about now is where's that loose horse going to go? I hope he just keeps coming with me. And as you say, Pip, it's probably done him a lot of good, kept the horse a bit of company.
I think it's drawn him on. You need a bit of company when you've been in front for so long. But the leading four here, at this moment, it looks as if Johnny Greenall and Dark Dawn had a little bit in the tank.
I think just maybe Double Silk just felt him coming in. Seems to go again from here on. Johnny Greenall came there to go and catch him, but just couldn't find it. Bob Tisdall at the back there. One of us. There's Golden Minstrel getting a reminder.
Yes, the horse is in shot now. Double Silk, followed by Dark Dawn. And the writing's on the wall. If you back the favourite at 7-2, you were counting your money here with no bother whatsoever. I can imagine this one hunting in the West Country and giving them a really good ride. But look at that beautiful shot of so many survivors. It included two of the three girls there. Bold King's Huzzah, Alice Plunkett having her first ride over fences at all. She won a point-to-point. She finishes 14th on Bold King's Huzzah. But up front, Ron just looking to make sure he gets a clear view of the finish. But how sad for John Porter, who trained Forest Ranger, to see his horse in front but riderless. A clear-cut victory there, but we see it from the last. And just knocking the top of the spruce out here, an enthusiastic Charlie Moore, who's one of the assistant clerks of the course here, making sure everybody gets off the course, doing a fine job of it as well.
Yeah, I think I'll back him next year. He's doing quite well there.
Yes, and he carries about 15 stone when he's wet. So, Ron Treloggan, this will be a memorable time. We keep saying it, but it just doesn't happen very often, Phil.
It's an extraordinary feeling. It must be terrific, especially when you know, like this horse, you know he's staged, you know he's not going to stop. Everything's going for it. It doesn't matter what Johnny Greenall does.
And you think back to those early days, a wet-eared boy straight from school, catching loose horses, trying to get a job. That really is enterprise.
Now he's done the greatest amateur's double there is.
Look at the grimace of Johnny Greenall from behind, trying right to the line. But Ron Treloggan has the triumph on his face. He's now down in the winner's enclosure with Jonathan Powell.
Yes, with me, the winning jockey, Ron Treloggan. That must have been the ride of a lifetime, Ron.
Yeah, more than just right. It was an absolute dream. Unbelievable. He just jumped from fence to fence. When he was wrong, he popped the short one in and still came up. Brilliant. Yeah, he did it all by himself. I just sat on him. You know, he was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. It does look the most lovely ride, but of course you had a problem all the way in the sense the loose horse was with you or in front of you. How concerned were you?
I was a bit concerned early on when I first saw him there. I might cause trouble, but the further we went, the more he was jumping straight. And he was encouraging my horse, and my horse was taking him on all the time. And it helped me. You know, if I'd have been left in front on my own completely, 3 out, it would have been hard work coming home.
Around the canal turn and a couple of other fences he was jumping across you.
Yeah, but he was jumping reasonably straight. I knew what he was doing. I took a pull at the canal turn to try and cut the inside of it. And my horse followed him on out. He wouldn't come round. But no, the horse helped me rather than hindered me.
Have you ever been over these fences before?
Never even been here, never walked it, never done anything. It's just unbelievable.
What did you think when you walked around this morning?
I thought the horse could do it. The ground was plenty fast. My fear after we decided to come here was it's hell of a long run in. A quick horse would come and do me halfway up the running. And lucky nothing came there. The loose horse kept me going.
Well, you galloped on really strongly. Yeah. How do you feel about coming back in a year's time for the Grand National?
It would be another dream, wouldn't it? He could do it. But whether we want to go and do that with him, I don't know. The owner does it himself, looks after him himself. I don't think he'd want it in training. And whether he'd want to go and get a permit and do it, I don't know.
It's a great day for you, Ron. What is your day job? What will you be doing tomorrow?
I'm racing again tomorrow, actually. No, I'm a dairy farmer. People at home do all the work when I'm away, and, you know, it all works well as a team.
You're the right size and shape to be a professional. Is it too late now?
Yeah, when I was riding for Anne Harding about 10 years ago, she had a few winners re-riding them, and it was very tempting then. A lot of my friends turned pro, and most of them are now giving up because of lack of rides. And I'm glad now I never made that decision. I can now go and enjoy the racing for the fun of it.
Mr. Scudamore and Mr. Dunwoody won't have a better ride round here this week than you've had today.
No, I don't think they will.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
And isn't that what the jumping game is all about? Pure pleasure and fun. We switch pace completely now because our last televised race of the day is the Odd Bins Handicap Hurdle, a very competitive race, runners and riders from Peter O'Sullivan.
Yes, number 1 is Bolin William, ridden by Russ Garrity, 2 Olympian Peter Scudamore, 3 one-upmanship Hugh Davis, 4 Welshman Dean Gallagher, 5 Galatine Neil Darty, 6 Gimcrack Stardom Lorcan, 7 Child of the Mist Richard Dunwoody, 9 is Mizian Chris Grant, 10 Belezza Gary Moore, 11 Macedonus Charlie Swan now, 12 Mr. Major Adrian Maguire, 13 Street Kid ridden by Mr. Gordon Johnson Horton. And here's how they did.
And Olympian's a good winning name. It's the favourite, 9-4. Gimcrack Stardom, 4-1. One-upmanship, 11-2. Welshman is on 10-1. Mizian also 10s. 12-1 Galatine and Belezza. Bolin William, 14-1. And it's 16-1 bar 8.
This is Olympian, the favourite, number 2. He's won all his 3 races this season, but he's shot up in the weights. He's 27 pounds higher than when he won at Stratford, and he's 13 pounds higher than when he won at Cheltenham recently. But even so, he won so convincingly there, going to the front virtually from the start and kicking on a long way out. He'll take a lot of catching for all his weight here, Bill.
Yeah, I think the track and the trip would suit him ideally. You can just see him bouncing along in front there, but as you say, he's gone up an awful lot in the weights, and I really think he's done everything asked of him today would be a bonus. Having said that, he's got every chance.
Number 6 is Gimcrack Stardom, who finished second to Olympian at Sandowns, got a big pull in the weights. 4-1 from 7-2. That was at 2 miles. I think the extra distance will certainly favour Olympian, though Gimcrack Stardom should get it as well.
Yeah, nice sort of horse by Comedy Star. You'd have to say on paper, and we know what the form book does to us sometimes, this horse has definitely got the beating of Olympian. Whether he do it today or not, because the form book doesn't always tell the truth, does it?
Number 3 is one-upmanship. This horse would have a very good chance indeed. He's run well in all his 3 races this year. 3rd to Andrews, 1st at Newbury and at Haydock, and then also 3rd at Lingfield subsequently. Hewell Davis has the mount for Jenny Renfrey Barons.
You could look for a big run for this one. He was staying on well when he's 3rd to Belezza at Lingfield, and I'm sure the trip won't be any problem. And definitely could see a big race coming from this horse today.
Well, they're lining up. This race starts at the beginning of the back straight. Here's Peter O'Sullivan.
12 flights. And it looked as though it was going to be a go, but Keith Brown wasn't quite satisfied. They just got a bit too near the tape.
Just back, can you back off, Dean?
Macedonus.
All right, come on.
To us, that's it. Narrow way. An Olympian, in fact, just slightly missed the break, whether intentionally or not. Street Kid and Olympian at the back too at the moment as Welshman goes on from on the outside. Child of the Mist as they jump the first flight. Child of the Mist and Olympian has gone right up through the field there under Peter Scudamore. Olympian on the near side, in fact, taking it up from one-upmanship and Welshman as they come to the next, and Olympian adopting his usual tactics, those employed at both Sandown and Cheltenham, where he completed a unique double, first winning the Sunderland's Imperial Cup. And he goes on by about 4 lengths now from Galatine, who's gone second, and then Street Kid with on the inside of Street Kid, Child of the Mist. And they're really strung out. Welshman comes next, followed by Bolin William. Valletza, one of the back markers, and Olympian, the leader from Galatine, and Street Kid and Child of the Mist. So they come to the first in the straight, the third flight, third of the 12 flights in all, and Olympian lands in the lead after a beautiful jump from Galatine and Street Kid and Welshman and Child of the Mist, and then Bolin William. Olympian hops over that with a second last next time from Galatine, Street Kid and one-upmanship, and Welshman and Bolin William over the fifth. Olympian, Galatine, Street Kid, one-upmanship, Welshman, Bolin William, Macedonus over on the far rail, Mr. Major. Making ground towards the near side is Gimcrack Stardom, but it's Olympian by about 4 lengths from Galatine, Street Kid and Welshman on the inside of Child of the Mist. Just behind them, Bolin William. Then comes Macedonus with one-upmanship and Mr. Major. Olympian, still a 4-length leader from Galatine. Street Kid and Welshman come next, followed by Child of the Mist and Bolin William. Then Macedonus on the inside, Mr. Major, and one-upmanship as they come to the sixth. Olympian from Galatine, Welshman. Gimcrack Stardom made a mistake there and lost a bit of ground. Child of the Mist holding his place in 4, but being challenged all the time by Mr. Major, and also one-upmanship, who's getting closer to the lead. The last right over on the far side, Olympian jumped the 4th last from Galatine. Then Welshman on the inside. Then comes one-upmanship. Just behind one-upmanship is Mr. Major. Child of the Mist is losing ground. Gimcrack Stardom is making ground from the rear, but Olympian and Peter Scudamore still have a 3 to 4 length advantage over Galatine. Welshman in 3rd. Then one-upmanship in 4 as they race into the home turn now. Olympian from Galatine. Then Welshman. Olympian coming back to his field a bit as he comes down to the 3rd last. Olympian on the far side, Galatine in the center, Welshman towards the stand side. Olympian and Galatine from Welshman coming down to the 2nd last flight now. Galatine the grey, Olympian over on the far side. Then Welshman very close in 3rd. And it's Galatine and Olympian now as they race down to the final flight. Galatine the grey nearest to us, Olympian on the far side, with Peter Scudamore conjuring new resources out of Olympian, who puts in a brilliant leap there. Olympian on the far side, Galatine on the near side. Galatine getting the better of Olympian as they race up towards the line. Galatine is going to beat Olympian, and as they race to the line, Galatine is going to win the odd bins hurdle from Olympian in 2nd. It's very close for 3rd, with Welshman just getting 3rd from Mizian, and on the far side, Mr. Major. So Galatine under Neil Doughty wins the odd bins hurdle for Mr. E.R. Madden, trained by Gordon Richards. 2nd was number 2, the gallant Olympian, owned by M&N Plant Limited, trained by Martin Pipe and ridden by Peter Scudamore. And it's very close for 3rd, a photo in fact, but I think we'll find that number 4, Welshman, just got 3rd spot from Mizian and Mr. Major.
Yes, this was a competitive handicap, but poor old Olympian who's shot up in the weights now, he made a gallant attempt to make all the running. 11-1 here under Peter Skew, and he's just in front at this stage, but is being drowned now by Galantine the Grey, who actually hit the deck last time he ran, but showed that it didn't have any adverse effects whatsoever. A whole host of them coming from the back. Welshman has run on to be third, this one running for Michael Blanchard, being Gallagher, but up front, Neil Doughty is able to just push him out hands and heels, Galantine, and Skew knows that he's not going to get back. He goes for a big one. They both jump. In fact, they come up together there, but it's a long run in here at Aintree, even over hurdles, and we've seen the results changed a few times. Skew really asking Olympian to do all he can. He's had 3 good wins in the space of 11 days, and although Martin thought he was back to his best, he was only wrong by 1 horse here. Galantine, who had 10-11 on his back and is no mug on his day. Another one for Gordon Richards and Neil Doughty. That'll be a great confidence booster for their attempt in the National tomorrow, when, of course, they have on the other hand. Olympian is second, a whole host there for third, Welshman, Mizian, and Mr. Major.
So number 56 of the season for Neil Doughty, and number 81 for his boss Gordon Richards, and Galantine, the 12-1 winner, this 5-year-old by Touching Wood out of Lunda Minwi by Cardo. And the great morale booster for the stable on the eve of their bid with On the Other Hand, trained by Gordon Richards and written by Neil Doughty in the Grand National tomorrow. On the other hand, to carry the colours of Mr. Bob Ogden, who had such a good run in the Fox Hunters, not good enough, but still a very good run with Bob Tisdall. And still no rider at the meeting has yet ridden 2 winners, leaving the Ritz Club Charity Trophy still wide open to be decided on the final day. Meanwhile, here now are the starting prices on the odd bins hurdle.
First, number 5, Galantine, 12-1. Second, number 2, Olympian, 2-1 favourite, and there's a photo yet to be resolved between 4 and 9 for third place. Now the day's results, 2 o'clock, the Perrier-Jouet handicap chase. First, number 1, Black Humour, 9-2. The second, number 7, Sakara Spy, 4-1 favourite. And third, number 6, Roctor, 5-1. The 2:35, first, number 1, Deep Sensation, 7-4 joint favourite. The second, number 4, Redundant Pal, 25-1, and third, Gold Options at 9-4. 4 ran. The 3:10, first, number 3, Cab on Target, 15-8. Second, Forest Sun, 11-2. And third, Young Hustler, 11-8 favourite. 5 ran. The 3:45, Martel Fox Hunters chase, first, Double Silk, 5-2 favourite. Second, Dark Dawn, 7-1. And third, Mandraki Shuffle, 33-1.
And we have now heard the result of that photo finish. Welshman, number 4, as it looked, prevailed at 10-1 in third place. Well, down in the winner's enclosure, Jonathan Powell is talking to Gordon Richards, winning trainer.
Yes, with me a very happy Gordon Richards. Just a tonic before the Grand National, Gordon.
Yep, it's a good Jimmy up. There's nothing wrong with my horses or anything like that. Just the ground's been wrong for a few of them, and we've been whipping 1 or 2 out, and 1 or 2 we've been running, you know. Yes, they just wouldn't like the fast ground.
And this lad, I think, fellow Cheltenham brought down Andrews first in the Coral final, and of course, here we are, they both won at Liverpool.
Here we are, yeah. This guy was going terribly well, moving up with the pace, you know, and then he fell, and he unfortunately brought down a couple. I'm pleased to see him, you know, because it was a bad scene at Cheltenham. They put the screens around him and didn't look good, but thank God he got up and here we is. We're back in the winning enclosure.
He made a very quick recovery too.
He certainly did. He lost a bit of confidence. We took him home and we've done a lot of schooling with him. We had to, because when I first schooled him, he was just looking and poking, and anyway.
Gordon, very quickly you won 2 nationals. You know exactly what's needed. What do you think about the chance of on the other hand?
Well, I've got a very fit and a very healthy horse, you know, and he done a good job for me at Sandown. He was bought for that job, you know, to win the Grand Military, which he done, and everything worked well, and I hope tomorrow he's going to be ridden by Neil, who knows Aintree inside out. And as I say, when you can bring a fit and a happy horse to Aintree with a good rider, I think we must have a very good chance.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon.
Yes, Gordon is a marvellous man, you know. He's always got a good turn of phrase, but he likes to give himself chance to think. He's, well, you know, and then he's off on another tangent. Someone who needs no time to think is Tracy Piggott. It's been out and about. Tracy, it's been a pretty good day, hasn't it, jockey and horse-wise?
Yes, it has. No injuries at all. 4 fallers in the Fox Hunters, but I waited in the weighing room and they all appeared unscathed, a bit muddy, but no injuries at all, so that's very good news.
And what about tomorrow? The Irish contingent for the National, has that arrived safe and sound?
Yes, all 5 horses have arrived safely. I was talking to Frank Berry, who's praying for rain, and then I was talking to Paddy Mullins, who's praying for no rain for the Gooser. So all sorts of people will be hoping for different things. But no, they've all arrived safely and we'll be out in the morning to see them exercising on the track. And I think of the 5, I think I'd go for the Gooser. I think he's got a good chance.
Okay, well that from Tracy is the Gooser. So, we just want to remind you of the overnight withdrawals for the Martel Grand National. Wilsford, Skipping Tim, Trusty Friend, Sarah J, False Economy was withdrawn, eliminated Obi's Train and Smooth Escort. So, this gives us the lineup for the Martel Grand National. The jazz band are the French Quarter. They've been entertaining racegoers here for 2 days. Zita's Lad, 8-1. He's a worthy top of the market, but there are 3 of them on that same mark. 10-1 Romany King. Party Politics last year's winner, the same price. Garrison down to 10-1. That's low. Laura's Bow just drifted 2 points. Wants some more rain. Give Us a Buck has been back all week. 20-1. Car Villahow, 25 from Ireland. Riverside Boy from Pipe, 33s. Kildimo, 40s. He's been there for a while. Harvey Smith's wife, Sue, trains that one. Just So wants rain. Mr. Ed wants firm. Bonanza Boy wants the mud. Escher 50-1. Shaw Metal, a front runner, 66s. The Gooser wants it dry. He'll probably get it. Joyful Noise, 100-1. I think that represents his chances. The Prance, also the same. Travel Over, the front run, 100-1. Nostalgia, 100-1. That's probably the best of the 100-1 shots. Senator Snugfit, also at the same price. And then we go up 150s, Formula 1 and the Grey Farm Week. 200s now, Royal Speedmaster, and you're getting into the realms of dreams with Tark Hogan's best at 200. It's good to firm, and there's going to be 40 runners. What we want to know is what the latest betting is it going to stay the same, and will the weather determine it? In the Weather Centre, Peter Krotkoff can tell us what's going to happen here.
Hello there, Richard. Well, a bit of a clue behind me. We've been keeping an eye on the weather up there in Aintree today, and on the weather radar I've been seeing some showers around, and certainly the umbrellas have been going up and down. But for tomorrow, for the important race, it's out to the Atlantic that we've got to look for the weather, and quite a dark band of clouds showing up there, and that's going to bring some rain. Not good news for the Gooser. I think Brollies and Boots the order of the day. Some heavy bursts of rain around by the afternoon. 80% chance of rain, so it's 4-1 on for rain, and there'll be some softening of the ground. Now, the weather team's tip is Nos na Gwyr, which apparently translates to like the wind, but we're a bit at odds with John Ketley. His topical tip is Romany King.
Yes, Peter, well, one of you will be right, or more probably you'll all be right, because you'll have a good day. But with me, Mike Dillon now, how will that weather change affect things?
I don't think it'll affect things much, Richard.